Okay. So hello to everyone. A very warm welcome. We are truly pleased that you have decided to join our event today and to take part in today's practical trainings. My name is Aurelia Bakutiene, and I represent the Innovation Agency in Lithuania, where I serve as National Contact Point for Digital Europe program. For those who don't know what are responsibilities of NCPs, I'll just make a short explanation. Firstly, we are responsible for information dissemination of Digital Europe program funding opportunities. Also, we help to build the skills that are needed to prepare a competitive and a strong application. And of course, we answered the questions that are related to the program. So in this case, we carry out a wide range of activities. We organize info days. We provide consultations to potential applicants. We host workshops. And in fact, in 2 weeks, we'll have a practical session on application preparation for Digital Europe program and Horizon Europe program. So if you are interested, just stay tuned. The registration will be open soon. And of course, we organize trainings just like the ones we are having today. And today we're gonna focus on partnership. Finding the right partner is very essential, especially when we are applying for Digital Europe program, because partnership is one of the requirements in call documents. So for many applicants, it becomes quite a big challenge. That's why I'm very happy to welcome our trainer for today, Nikolaos Floratos, who has a huge experience with European Commission projects, and I'm confident that he has prepared an insightful and practical session for us. So be proactive, be curious, stay hungry for the knowledge, ask questions, share thoughts, just use this time to get all answers that you need. And finally, I want to wish you one thing, but actually 3 things. I want you to walk away with at least 3 actions that you'll take after the training that will help you to build new and meaningful partnership. So that's all from me, from my side. Okay, one more thing. We'll make a record of this training, so you'll get the link and you'll be able to watch these trainings again. If you have questions, you can ask in the chat or you can raise the hand. I think Nikolaos will explain how to communicate during these trainings. And in the chat, I'll send you my contact in case some issues will rise. You can contact me. I'll try to help you. So from now, that's all from me. I'm more than happy to say that, dear Nikolaos, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Aurelia, for that. Thank you for the nice introduction. I don't know whether it is possible I know that in the webinar to have your screens on, because if it's possible, then I will urge you more than, I will urge you to have your screens on. It's something that can motivate you to have better focus on our training here. If that is possible, I will be more than happy to have that. It will help you to focus on our training, because I know that there are a lot of distractions today. We don't have, you're not in a physical area, you're not in a physical room. So that means you might be having your mobile phone next to you, another PC, which means that you will not have focus. And if you don't have focus, then you will not master something, because focus plus reflection leads to mastery. And what I mean with that, when we will be discussing whatever we will be discussing today, I would like from your side to focus on that and reflect. Reflect means, okay, is that what Nikolaos is saying is something that I can understand, I can be aligned, I agree or I disagree, or how can I apply that in my case? So always try to ask questions. The most important question that you should ask is, how can I exploit this? How can I take advantage of that? How can I apply that in my case? always have that question in your mind, or these three set of questions in your mind, and that will help you to reflect and comprehend the whole training. That consists, as you will see shortly, in two parts. One is the theoretical one that is based on training slides that I will be discussing with you important elements on how to explore Digital Europe as a beginner, mainly how to join proposals as a partner. And then we will have hands-on practice. What does that mean? That means that you will apply what we discussed during the first part. So there are some, during our discussion, I will be giving to you also what we will be working in the afternoon as a hands-on practice, just to get an idea. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share the screen. Also, please bear in mind that you can always ask me any question that you wish during the chat. So you will use the chat to ask any question that is not that clear to you. In that way, you don't interrupt my flow. And every 1 or 2 slides, I will be checking them. To see if there are any questions, if everything is clear, and I will be answering and clarifying any points that you believe are not that clear from your side. So the idea behind and the purpose, the core purpose of this training, which is quite intensive, is to go out, as Aurelia said, out of this training and start exploiting it, mainly as a partner, but also you will learn a lot of things as a coordinator, and how to join proposals, how to identify the most appropriate consortium synthesis for a call that you're interested. So it covers a lot of nice and practical things. You will receive the slides today, and not at the end of the training, but at the end of the first part. So that means just before the hands-on practice, which is part 2, you will receive the training slides because you will need them anyhow for for doing the hands-on practice. So also to make sure that you will stay with us, you will stay motivated, you will receive the training slides just before the hands-on practice. The other thing that I would like to urge you is that even though the session will be recorded, you have an advantage being here live. Yes, you can watch it afterwards. Yes, other people that are not present here will watch it and they send their apologies that cannot join today. But you have an advantage. And what is that advantage? First of all, the advantage is 2 advantages. To interact, you will be able to interact with me, the trainer. Any question that you any question that you have, any point that you are not very clear, you will make sure that it is clear. So that's the first advantage that you have by being here present. The second advantage is that you will be able to participate in the hands-on practice. And believe me, knowledge is not power. Applied knowledge is power. So how can we transform knowledge into applied knowledge? Well, by practicing, by applying what you're learning. So this is also the second very powerful advantage that you have by staying here with us, being live and interacting with us in the first part and in the second part. You will see that we have a lot of slides, not that many, so you don't have, I think there are more, around 70 slides, 70, which is okay, I mean, for one full day training, considering that in the afternoon we will have the hands-on practice. However, let me get my pencil here. However, I would like to see this set of slides like a manual. So what does that mean? That means as soon as you leave this place and you start applying what you have learned, what you have mastered, print out the training slides, 6 slides per page. So that means not to do a lot of waste, but it's important to have it on paper, not in a digital format. It's important to have it on paper because you need to have it next to you while you will be involved in Digital Europe as a manual. And also, I would like you to see it as a detailed guide. We have that many slides. Why? Because especially for applying what you're going to learn, it's a step-by-step process. And it has the aim to be a self-explained step-by-step process. It is like making a meal, making food, cooking. If you have been in Greece, you know that I always use that paradigm, that metaphor in my trainings. You want to cook a Greek meal like stuffed vegetables or Greek moussaka. If you don't know how to cook it, what do you need? You need a recipe. And the recipe, in order to be successful, first of all, it needs to be based on knowledge from successful cooks, from successful chefs. So this is the case here. What we are discussing here is actually based on how others have been successful by applying the practices here. So that's one element. The second element needs to be self-explained. So self-explained meaning that if you go through the manual, if you go through the recipe, you will be able to apply it by yourself. And that is what you need to make sure here. That is why you need to ask any questions that are not that clear to you with the chat facility, and it will be an eye-opening experience. So this is something that it will be an exciting journey as long as you are on board. If you're not on board, what do I mean with that? If you're not focusing and reflecting on what we discussed, then you're not on board. So you will not enjoy this journey. And it's a pity because it's just one day, and in one day you will master a lot of things. So this is what I wanted to say from the pedagogical point of view. There is one question here from Polius. How will they want our current EU funding priorities? We will discuss, I think the best thing is to discuss that when you will see the structure of the training, and you will get a nice idea. Thank you for asking that, Paulus. Paulus, I will answer that when you will have the agenda. Now, some things about me. I mean, very limited things. I wear a lot of different hats. I have been a research innovation expert for more than 25 years, and also an evaluator on behalf of the European Commission from 2003, consecutive years. So I know from your side also, I have been in your place, I am in your place, so I know what are your needs, I know what are your concerns, I know what are your challenges. So I will be trying to fill out that gap. I'm also, as an EC expert evaluator, I know what are the expectations on behalf of the European Commission, the Digital Euro program. So I will be filling you up with these expectations. So the approach here is actually based on filling that gap also. I'm passionate for life. I like traveling. This is a photo here that I have from a very nice photo. Not from Greece, we don't have that much snow, that much water. It is from Iceland. I was here this March, and it was an eye-opening experience. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoy you to enjoy life, travel, find out many different meals, many different cooks, and see how you can cook them. And I have a multidisciplinary degree. This is important because I'm an electronic engineer with Master in Telecommunication. My PhD is on student engagement in online courses, not surprised. And I have also a bachelor in social sciences in Greek and European civilization. So it helps me to see and think from different perspectives. I'm not going to talk for many other things. However, what is I'm really proud of, and I really enjoy, is that I can take something that is quite complex, whatever that is, and I can decompose it into easy to apply and easy to understand, of course, step-by-step approaches, recipes. And this is what we're going to do here on that. The best way to connect with me is through LinkedIn. You have the other contact details, but if you haven't connected with me, I know that some of you are already connected with me in LinkedIn because they sent me a message that they will be in this training today, and like Marius and etc. But I urge you to have the LinkedIn not only to connect with me and have a nice interaction, but also if you have any questions after this training and you would like a clarification, you can send me a LinkedIn message. It will not take me more than 5-10 minutes maximum to answer that, but it will save you a lot of time and it will direct you to the proper path. And this is important. So make sure that you have a LinkedIn. You will need it also for your networking, for your intelligent networking. So if you don't have a LinkedIn account, make sure that you create one. And if you do, when and as soon as you have a LinkedIn account, make sure that you connect with me on that. Now, the other thing that I would like to have is I would like to listen to you. I would like to hear from you. It's an interactive training. So what I would like to hear in the chat, because we don't have that much time, because we're a lot of people, 47 already, people are registered very quickly. I would like you to share in the chat, in a written way, your name, your experience level in European Union funding programs, either in general or in digital Europe, your research focus, what is the area that you are mainly active, and any expectations that you have from this training. Well, we'll limit that in 2 minutes or so. I don't want to spend more time, but I would like, first of all, to know you. And secondly, I would like to make sure that you are able to use the chat facility for interacting with me and for asking any questions that you wish. So please use the chat facility for introducing yourself to me and to the rest of the group here. You're not alone. Even if you feel like you're alone, you're not. You are a community here, interested to find out more regarding digital Europe. So please make sure that you use that chat facility to introduce yourself for the next 1 or 2 minutes, quickly. 4 words, something like that, 4 different expectations for that. So I will be waiting here and I will be seeing your chat messages. Thank you, Margarita, for being the first one. Okay. Thank you for that. Wasn't that hard? Very useful. Thank you, Aurelia. Yes, hello. You can decide to send your message to us, to the hosted panelists, to everyone, to me. I mean, it's better to send it to everyone, but that's okay. No worries, Martinez. That's okay. But thank you for even writing that. Thank you, Mantas, also. Excellent. Being very clear to the point. Thank you, Diana. Okay, excellent. Monica. Perfect. Thank you, Rasa. Thank you, Eva. Thank you, Chidare. Just to the production note, we're going to have the breakout rooms in the afternoon. So that means around right after the break, the lunch break. So 2 o'clock, after 2 o'clock. So we'll see how that goes. So just for your information to the production, because I see they asked at me. Thank you, Olga. Okay, private tennis academy in Parkas. Interesting. Thank you, Daiva. Thank you, Jurate. Okay. Okay, welcome. You're welcome. Thank you, Aiste. Thank you, Egle. Okay, Valeria, you want to apply for yourself. That's interesting. Thank you, Vaitenis. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, Egle. Potential new applicant. Yes. Thank you, Zenokas. Thank you, Yogaile. Apologies sometimes if I don't spell your names correctly. I'm doing my best. Thank you, Ruta. That interesting experience. Very good. Thank you, Roberta. Thank you, Rokas. Thank you, Katrina. Thank you, Rasa. Okay. So far, what we have seen is that there is a quite diverse group from different sectors also, from the academic, from the non-academic sector, mainly from the non-academic sector, also different levels of expertise, complete beginners that they don't have any idea, with some people that have been quite active, either in European funding or in Digital Europe with a new application. So that is quite interesting. Okay, thank you for that. I will go on. If someone else wants to introduce himself or herself, they are more than welcome to do so. But thank you for the time being, because that allowed me to know a little bit the vibes from the audience and calibrate a little bit, adapt my own training on that. Now, let's see a little bit the course structure and what we're going to do today. Today, first of all, we are on, I will say, this is the morning part, more or less. There are some deviation. This is the afternoon part. Afternoon. Sorry for my bad handwriting, but it's not easy to write with my mouse. I'm doing my best. So what we are going to do until 4:30, if we finish earlier, that's okay. We can have one-to-one sessions, as you will see. First of all, although this is the second training and we have already discussed Digital Europe in detail, what is about, what you need to know about it, how you develop a proposal, how you impress the evaluators, or some general core things in a previous training that we had in beautiful Vilnius. I'm going to talk a little bit about Digital Europe in Module 0, as I call it, which is an important to make sure that you know the essentials behind Digital Europe. If you are aware of the Pareto rule, the 80-20 rule, what does that mean? That means that you know the 20% of anything that you need to know about Digital Europe, but it will give you the 80% of the value that you need to have from that knowledge. So I'm going to give you just 20% of everything that exists regarding Digital Europe, but will give you the maximum value out of it. So I call it the intelligence, the Digital Europe intelligence in a snapshot, which means 20%. Which is something that is also very important, as soon as we are done with that, the next thing is that I would like to work on your profile, on your profile intelligence. How can you improve your profile? But people might ask and say, how is this possible? I mean, you cannot change my profile. My profile is fixed. This is what I have been doing for years, and it cannot change. Well, it definitely cannot change, but it can be enhanced. We can make it more attractive by doing some other things that we're going to work here. Because your expertise and your experience that you have in your profile, as you will see, is not enough. And you need to enhance it significantly in a way that you haven't seen before. Because yes, you have a profile, whatever your profile is, but we're going to enhance it with different assets. So this is the most important module. The module 1 is one that will skyrocket your profile from that level, whatever your level is, to that level. So we're going to do it, and that's very important. So that is module 1, and hopefully we will finish it by before the lunch break. And the lunch break, just for your information, is planned between 1 and 2 o'clock, Lithuanian time, your time. We're going to have also a coffee break. I will see whether we will have it for half an hour or less than half an hour. We will see how that goes. But it is planned for half an hour. As soon as we master that, which is how to skyrocket, enhance your profile from that level, whatever your level is, to that one, the next module is I'm going to teach you how you are going to identify contact details. First of all, how you're going to identify potential proposal initiators, and how you're going to identify their contact details. And when we say contact details, we mean at least their email address and their phone number. That's because you need to have that, and you need to create a list of those people, of those individuals that could be, we don't know, but they could be active in preparing a proposal in Digital Europe, or they could be preparing a proposal with your help. Let's put it that way, because it's also very nice. So this is module 2. Probably we will do it before, right after the last break, but maybe we'll do it before. We will see how that goes. Then the next module, it's a step-by-step process. So the next module, I call it the communication intelligence, is very short, not long at all, but very powerful. Short but powerful. And I'm going to show you how you are going to communicate with anyone that you have identified, probably that is initiating a proposal, how you are going to convince them to take you on board in their consortium in Digital Europe, and or how you're going to convince them to be part of your proposal. I mean, it's mainly, the most challenging thing is not to find someone to be part of your proposal. The most challenging thing is to convince someone to take you on board in their proposal. So you will see how we'll do it. We will do it in an intelligent way, and in a way that you haven't been doing so far. And I'm sure that this is, I guarantee that this is not something that you have been doing so far. Because how you have been working so far, you were going to some events, to the info day events, or to some brokerage events, or you are looking to some partner for search channels, and you are sending your profile and then saying, this is our profile. If you have been active in this call, in any proposal, you can count on us. This is what you say. This is not the way that it works. It might work in 1 out of 100 cases in order to be successful. Maybe someone that is desperate for partners will take you, but the serious proposal initiators, the ones that are really professionals, they know what they're looking for, very rarely they will take someone from an email that they have received with an attachment of their profile. You need to do it in an intelligent way, and I'm going to show you how you're going to do it if you're going to be successful. And not only I'm going to show you all these things, you will have the possibility also to apply them in practice. So if you attend the whole training today, by the end of this training, so by the end of 4:30 or 3:30 as it is planned, you will have applied this recipe by yourself. First seeing what that recipe is, showing you some examples also, and then having some practice. A practice to, first of all, find out the essentials about Digital Europe, skyrocket your profile. You will see how you should do that, how to identify contact details from potential proposal applicants, and how you should communicate, what kind of email you're going to send. You're going to send, as you will see, 2 emails, but in different phases. So that is something really complete. We will complete today's training with that. Now, this recipe works, but it works if you apply it with those steps. You don't go to module 3 to connect with someone if you haven't enhanced your profile. It's a step-by-step process. So that's why, in the same way that when we cook and we have a recipe, we need to do some things in a specific order. That is how we're going to do it in our case here on exploiting Digital Europe and joining proposals that mainly other actors are initiating. What I would like to highlight is that this is a 3-series training. Some of you, I know that you have attended my first course on understanding Digital Europe program. So that took place in autumn last year. In Vilnius, so we had 1 full day working on that. If you have attended this training, good for you. If you haven't attended, you can still, I think, watch the recording. Today's training is this one, is intelligent networking. So we're going to help you as potential beneficiaries in Digital Europe program to join, to work on your networking strategies and join proposals as partners, or identify profiles of champions to have them in your consortium. So this is what we're going to do today, mainly the first part, which is more challenging. And sometime in the future, you will be informed, we will have another course which is on proposal writing. We're going to guide you how to write successful Digital Europe proposals. We will take you step by step and make sure that you have the mastery to know how to develop a Digital Europe proposal with detailed techniques and practices that I have modeled them from successful applicants. Everything that you see here is based on success stories, which means that I know how someone, I've seen how someone, to even a beginner, how to work from scratch and start joining proposals. The recipe is on course 2. I know that someone, even advanced experienced applicant, how they should write a proposal in a way that is going to be successful. I'm going to show you that, because this is based on real paradigms, examples from champions. I call champions the ones that are successful in whatever they are doing. I have worked with them, I have helped them, I have modeled them, and that's how it works. Okay, What I would like now to highlight is that you're going to get, first of all, some clear insights on what is the Digital Europe program. We are going then to enhance your profile, which is very important. Then we're going to, so this is 1, this is 2, the step. So this is 3. You're going to see how you're going to identify potential proposal applicants so they can be your partners for their proposal, for your proposal, and then how, very shortly this one, how you're going to communicate. It's a simple technique, but very powerful. And that's a recipe. Yes, everyone that is, in your case, struggling on how to exploit Digital Europe, even as a beginner, and to reach that stage that they are quite confident, we always have 3 steps. Yes, first of all, mastering the Digital Europe module 0, profile intelligence, which is module 1, and communication intelligence, which is module 2 and module 3. I'm not going to repeat them. I have already went through them already exhaustively. But I would like you to understand that the best way to reach the confident state, the successful state, the champion state, you need to go through these 3 steps. And the good thing with the recipe is, because we have a diverse group, as I've seen in our audience, is that the recipe, a successful recipe, is always the same. How to cook a Greek moussaka and make it tasty. There is a very good recipe that works for that. So even if you are an advanced cook, or if you are a beginner as a cook, and that's the beauty of a recipe. The only difference is that someone that is an experienced cook, in our case, an experienced applicant in Digital Europe or in other European funding programs, it will take him or her much limited time to start applying the recipe, which means right after this training in the hands-on practice, you'll be able to do that quite quickly, what you have. The beginners, they will follow the same recipe, but it will take them a little bit more time. Not that much time, but a little bit more time, a week or so, to start applying what you learn. But the recipe is the same for everyone. So that's why in all my trainings, we don't separate advanced users with beginners, because both groups can be in my training, because the recipe is the same for everyone, because that's the recipe that works. The only difference is that the more experienced you are, the easier and quicker, the quicker actually will be to apply it. The less experienced you are, the more time you need to start applying the recipe. That's all. That's the only difference. That's why it's quite beautiful to have our trainings in step-by-step recipes. So I'm going to discuss now the first module, which I think is 0, not 1, but it's the same. The program, some things, the sense of things regarding Digital Europe, just to make sure that we are all on the same axis and you know what is needed, the 20% of what is needed in order to have the 80% of value. The first thing that I would like you always to remember when you are applying for Digital Europe is to understand what should be the core purpose of the Digital Europe program, which should be the core purpose of your proposal also, of your grant application, because those two should match. You're not supposed to have a proposal that has a different purpose than the program purpose. So these two have to be matched. And you need to reflect that in your proposals. So the first thing that you need to reflect is with your proposal, whatever your proposal is, as long as it is in Digital Europe, you need to make sure that you will contribute towards Europe to gain a global advantage in a specific area, in a specific digital area. So this is the first purpose. And you need to have that reflected as a contribution. You're not expected as God, of course, with your proposal, but you need to contribute towards that first core purpose of Digital Europe. So make sure that this is reflected even from the abstract or from the first page of your of your proposal. The other element is that we would like to foster, to advance investments in cutting-edge technology fields. Is this AI? Is this cybersecurity, as you will see? Is this high-performance computing? We need strategic investments from the public sector and the private sector to come together and invest jointly in these cutting-edge technology areas. So that has to be also reflected in the proposal during and after the end of the project. And is this enough? No, because we need one more element. No matter how much money we spend in a specific area, or no matter how much is our ambition to become leaders at the global level in that area, if we don't have the infrastructure, the resources, and the competencies, the skills for in those cutting-edge technologies, if we don't have people that have high-level expertise in those cutting-edge technology fields, is useless. We cannot do anything. So that's why we need to make sure that we have also the necessary skills and the necessary infrastructure for exploiting those cutting-edge technology fields and becoming a global leaders. So you see now how nicely now the whole picture of digital Europe is revealed in front of you. So this is important. Now, make sure that you have that in your core idea. So these three core purposes, when you're preparing a digital Europe idea, or when you're helping someone else to prepare, maybe as a partner, you're helping the coordinator to elaborate more on a digital Europe proposal idea, make sure that those three elements are reflected on that. Now, the other thing is that in digital Europe, we have the program calls them objectives, but mainly they are areas. I mean, we have mainly five, you can see six, as you will see later, but maybe 5 areas that we would like to have these 3 priorities. Yes. So we have in high performance computing, so we would like to build world-class supercomputers infrastructure. So that's one first priority and area. The other one is that we would like to exploit data and having an AI infrastructure that can compete with US and China. Apparently, Europe has been left behind in this area in comparison to China and in comparison to US AI. So we need to make sure that we will gain again our competitive advantage. So that's the second area. The other one is on cybersecurity. There are more and more malicious attacks and more intelligent attacks to our systems. So we need to make sure that we have a very robust digital shield on our ICT infrastructure. So we want solutions also in this area. We need also to make sure that facilitate digital infrastructure, digital solutions in different areas, mainly in the public sector and the private sector. We want the private and public sector to use digital solutions as widely as possible. So this is also the purpose there. And we want also to have advanced digital skills. I mean, as I said, we need competencies on we need competencies in all those cutting-edge technologies. And there is one more, and that is, semiconductors. That is here. We are still working on that, but we need also to take advantage in semiconductors, which is the 6th area. Now, something else that you need to reflect in your proposal idea and in the digital Euro, whatever the area is, any of those 6 areas, is you need to understand what are the benefits. Whenever you see the word impacts, that means benefits. And these are long-term benefits. Impacts are long-term benefits, because we have also KPIs and outcomes which are short-term benefits, as you will see. So these are long-term benefits. Impacts are long-term benefits that are expected from Digital Europe. And when we say long-term benefits, let's say within 5 years, more or less, right? After sometimes 10 to 5 years maximum after the end of the project. Yes. After the end. After the project end. Yes. So which are these 6 long-term benefits that we expect? So this should be reflected in the proposal, in your proposal idea in Digital Europe. First of all, as we have already said, yes, we need global leadership in cutting-edge technologies. We discussed about that. We need to have control on the whole value chain. This is the case especially in semiconductors. What do we mean with that? In semiconductors, which is the 6th area. There, we need also to have control on the raw materials. I mean, in order to create semiconductors, you need some special metals, some special ones for that. You need to have access to that. You need to be able to take them from wherever they are, from Africa, from Ukraine, from some places, even in Greece has that. You need to make sure that you exploit them. You need to exploit them, because if you don't have access to the raw materials, you don't have a control to the whole value chain. So this is the case, for example, in semiconductors, that a lot of mines, metal mines in Africa or in other places are owned by countries or by organizations that are not based in Europe. So Europe wants to stop that, wants to have really control for the full value chain, not only for providing the technology, but also having the raw materials needed for providing that kind of technology. So this is something, especially in semiconductors, that is the case. The next thing is that as a long-term impact, we expect whatever solutions are developed in Digital Europe programs, they are adopted by regions in Europe. By regions, not by countries, regions. Regions are parts in countries. So in a more narrow element, we would like, in a regional level, not even a national, we would like all these solutions to be adapted. So make sure that we have that in a Digital Europe proposal. What is also important, we need co-investments. I mean, as I said at the beginning, from the public sector and from the private sector. So this is the case that we see also in partnerships, so in high-performance computing partnerships, where there we have actually co-investment from Horizon Europe, from the public sector, and from the private sector. So we have from 3 different pools of funds, of sources. They came together, they were collected, and they invest now in those cutting-edge technologies. So we need to have that, and we need to make sure that this is something that will continue to be the case. Also, we need to understand that, okay, all these are very nice things, but they need to address problems, societal or economical problems of European citizens. So yes, we need to use AI for treating cancer disease. We need to use AI or high performance computing for solving problems that have been unsolved in order to improve the living conditions of European citizens. We need to make sure that we have semiconductors that are by far more powerful than what currently exists in the market, in order to have smarter, faster ICT solutions, mobile phones, PCs, or whatever. All these are not for saying that we have the best tool, the best phone, the best computer. It is for that computer to serve and improve the living conditions of citizens and, of course, improve the economy. Because when you create a competitive solution that helps and improves the living conditions of humans, at the same time, you're going to make it very attractive in global markets. So we create more growth, we create more jobs for Europe when we have solutions that are developed and penetrating global markets. So that's why we have economic and societal challenges to be addressed in Digital Europe program. Which economic and societal challenges? Most of them, not all of them, are described, as you will see later, in the work program. What is a work program? Is the official document of the Digital Europe that describes what are the expectations from each country. And last but not least, we need to improve the economy of small and medium enterprises, of our companies that are the backbone of our economy. And these companies that are the small ones that we need to help them to have access to the latest technologies and to the latest skills and support their growth. So that's why we have also that as one of the long-term benefits expected from any proposal in Digital Europe. So this, what I would like you to understand is that whatever is the focus of your proposal, as you will see, these 6 long-term benefits are expected within 5, maximum 10 years in some cases, maximum by 2030, by 25 is by 2030, which is, as you will see, one of the key expectations. In maximum 10 years, that means 2035, but maximum, the best one is by 2030. So what we need to have by 2030 are these 6 benefits. And we need our proposal to contribute towards those benefits. So remember that, because that is a winning factor in your proposals. And you need to reflect that. Now, regarding the program structure, I'm not going to say a lot of things because we have described them already in the previous training, but what I would like you to recall regarding the management is we have indirect management, and direct management, so from agencies. So indirect management is from the European Commission, Digital Europe program. We have some bodies that are responsible for launching the calls of proposals, some bodies outside the European Commission or their agencies. And we have with direct management either the European Commission or some agencies of the European Commission, like the Health and Research Agency, to issue the calls. Then we have direct management. We've seen that already in the previous training, but just for you to have an idea on that. So we have dedicated implementation bodies for each area of focus. Those dedicated implementation bodies are either indirect or direct. Okay. It's good to know that. And the next thing is that it is important that in any proposal, because we need to have solutions that are almost ready to penetrate the market as an outcome of our, as one of our outcomes of our project, we need to have also right decision makers, influencers, either for policies or for markets, industry, big players in industry to be part. So policy makers and market leaders, they should be part of our consortium. If you want your consortium and your proposal to be successful, you need to have policy makers to make sure that they have the proper policy recommendations for contributing to the 6 impacts that we've seen in the previous slide, but also industry leaders or SME leaders, industry and SME leaders, that they will take those solutions, enhance them, improve them, finalize them, and penetrate the market. So we need to have also a very clear understanding where we stand, and that is something that you will see also a little bit later regarding your project and the maturity of your project. Now, the implementation bodies, you see we have here the 6 areas. The implementation of each area is managed by a different body, and this is important because depending on the area that you're interested in, you definitely need to follow, as you will see later on the website, the news and events section of those websites. Because you might see an announcement of an info day. Info days, as you will see, are very important. Or you might see when a call is published, or you might see a webinar that could be useful, or a brokerage event. So make sure, and this is what I have in a different format, these are the 6 areas, and we have here the websites that you need to go in each one of them and make sure that you follow the news and event section. So join their social media channel. Make sure that if they have a newsletter that you're following it. So check their LinkedIn. All of them, or almost all of them, have either an X Twitter account or a LinkedIn account. So make sure that you follow them for the late, and at the very least, every week or so, for 1 minute, go to the websites of the areas that you're interested in, and see whether there are any updates, any new events, or any news regarding the latest developments in the areas that you're active or you're interested to be active. So that's as a tip. You will see it also a little bit later, but this is something that is important to do, to follow the news and events from social media or from any newsletter that they have in those bodies that you're interested in. So you're interested in digital skills. You need to follow the European Health and Digital Agency website, also the digital skills and jobs platform. Yes. You go there and you follow. So for example, if we click on that digital skills, you will see, yes, if you're interested in that, you will see that there is an info day on Digital Euro program. So that is on 16th of May. I don't know, and you see the agenda and you need to register here. Do so. If you're interested in being active, do so. And there are, if you're attending, you will see that there are also some proposal applicants there that they will be presenting their proposal. So make sure that you join for extending your network also. And there is one other reason that you will see. For those info days, now I'm opening a bracket, but it's always nice because some of you might not be later with us. As soon as you join an info day, make sure that you are participating and making a record of who is presenting on behalf of the European Commission. Why? You will see later. But I would like to have an anticipation from your side. Always attend an info day and record in the area that you're interested, the person, the name, just the name of the person on behalf of the European Commission that presents the calls that you're interested in. And in some cases, there are no recordings. So in some info days, we have recordings. In some other info days, we don't have recordings. You just need to attend there live. So make sure that if you're interested on digital skills on the 16th of May, because we don't know whether that will be a recorded session or not, make sure that you are registering, and just don't worry about the presentation slides. You will have access to that afterwards. Just make sure, just one thing, make sure that you note down in 1 minute or two who will be presenting. Yes, so that that is quite important. So if you're interested on Digital Skills Academy in AI tools, okay, who will be presenting that? If you're interested in Visual Word Skills Academy, who will be presenting that? Who will be answering the questions? This is important. If you're interested in Quantum Skills Digital Academy, that's another call. Who will be presenting on behalf of the European Commission? Just a note. Attend, and you will see why later. It's very useful. I'm creating now some anticipation on that. So I hope you got it that. I'm already giving you a lot of tips. Make sure that you make notes on that, because it's not worth having the recording and rewatching it for noting down my tips. Make sure that you have a note on that. Now, the other thing that is quite important to understand, okay, we discussed let me get my pen again. So we discussed the impacts, which are the long-term effects, the long-term benefits from the project results. Yes, 3 to 5 years, as I said, 5 years, within 5 years is great, is okay. In some extreme cases, we can have it up to 10 years, depends on the technology. But 5 years after the end of the project is perfect. But we have results. So results are your deliverables, are your outputs from your project. Yes, what you have, what is the output of your work packages, of your activities, is your result. This is something that is expected by the end of the project. Yes. So you need to make sure that you have them. Outcomes are also benefits. Yes. And this is important to understand, because some people don't understand that. What's the difference between outputs, results, and outcomes? Yes. Well, this is how you're going to clarify it. Outcomes are the short-term benefits from your results. And what we mean with short-term benefits, the benefits that your target groups have, your stakeholders have, the value chain players have from your results by the end of the project. Now, I know that you can have some of those benefits shortly after the project completion, but I strongly recommend you to make sure that you have in your proposal most, if not all the outcomes that are expected from your call by the end of it, not shortly after. Why? Suppose that you have two proposals, because Digital Europe program is a competitive call. What does that mean? That means the best proposals will be funded. So you have one proposal that is having the outcomes that are already expected from that call to be achieved by the end of the project. And then you have another proposal that says, I'm going to achieve those outcomes, or some of them, shortly after the end of the project. So which one you think is going to be more well received by the evaluators, or the ones that evaluate the proposal on behalf of the European Commission? The one that says, I'm going to achieve the benefits that are expected from that call by the end of the project, or the other one that says, I'm going to achieve most of the benefits 3 months, 6 months after the end of the project. That's where there is no review, there is no technical audit, there is nothing. Obviously, the one that is subject to review, the one that is confident that will complete the benefits by the end of the project, has an advantage, if of course all the others are the same, if all the other quality criteria are the same. So my advice is when you are involved in Digital Europe program and you have to achieve those short-term benefits, outcomes, remember, are short-term benefits that you need to achieve by the end of the project. And results are your core outputs, your deliverables, your core deliverables from the project. Perfect. So I hope you understood that. If you have any questions, please let me know, because these are important elements what we're discussing now. I'm not giving you everything that you need to know regarding Digital Europe, but I'm giving you the most valuable ones. Okay, so we have deliverables. That deliverables are just the outputs from the activities. Yes, we have now the activities and the outputs from those activities are our deliverables, are our results. And then we have the benefits from those deliverables, the expected outcomes, and then we have the long-term benefits, which are the expected impacts, within, say, 5 years after project end. So have that timeline with you. This is another visual information on how you're going to understand the difference between, because you need to understand now the difference between activities, the results. Results are what we're going to have as an output. Activities are how we're going to achieve those outputs. Outcomes are the short-term benefits that have to be achieved by the project end. Impacts are the long-term benefits from the project results that we need to achieve within 5 years, more or less. And okay, we have already said that, but remember also, depending on the area, on the calls, so these are different type of calls. So we have here 5, we have also semiconductors, that is still work in progress. So you need to understand that we have, this is the core purpose of any proposal that is going to be submitted under high performance computing. We need to make sure that we have world-class supercomputing infrastructure. We need to make sure that we have an ecosystem in Europe that is using AI and is innovative. We need to make sure that we have in SO3 solutions that are resilient to cyber attacks. So these are the solutions that are resilient to cyber attack. We need to make sure that we have staff workforce really skilled in digital skills like you've seen before, AI, visual words, quantum computing, whatever it is, they change it from call to call. And we need to make sure that we have the widest possible adoption of digital solutions in the public and the private sector across Europe, across different regions in Europe. So these are the core purposes of, depending on the area that you are targeting in any of those 5 or 6. Now, we have already talked about in our training, in our first training on key performance indicators, which are essential metrics to measure the success of digital Euro projects. These are important ones because they allow us, first of all, to perform not only how a project, what are the contributions of a specific project, how the project performs, but also how the Digital Europe program performs overall, where the money that we spend for Digital Europe, worth spending them. So that's why KPIs is something important. Officially, they request, as you will see also from the call topic description. So they are mentioned in most of the KPIs, not all of them, but most of the KPIs are mentioned in the work program. And we need to make sure that the KPIs that are expected from the funding authority are aligned with your own ambitions, your own KPIs as a consortium. So we need to make sure that there is a full alignment on those. In Digital Europe, we have 4 different types of KPIs: contextual, core performance KPIs, supporting KPIs. I'm not going to go through them because we have already addressed them in the previous training. However, what we're going to address in this training that we didn't have in the previous one, and it's very important, are the topic-related KPIs, the ones that are being in the work programs. What is a work program? We will see it, of course, but a work program is the official document of the European Commission that describes what kind of grants exist and what kind of calls exist, which means what are the expectations from the successful projects in any of those consortia that submit a call in that official document. We will see in detail also the content of a work program, because that's important for you to understand. So we will work on that also. You will go through and the KPIs and the text, actually paragraph per paragraph, because you need to become masters on the core topic description. So we will work extensively on that. For the other KPIs that are included in the other documents, these are higher level KPIs. I've discussed already those in the previous training. They are not part of the 20% that you need to know. Let's put it that way. The topic-related KPIs, they are part of the 20% that you need to know regarding Digital Europe. So that's why we will go through them in detail a little bit later. Now, the other thing that is extremely important and for you to understand is how mature the solution should be in a Digital Europe program. And for that, the European Commission has come out with some levels, maturity levels. They call them TRLs, or technological readiness levels. The European Commission is not, Digital Europe specifically, is not active in TRLs that are less than 5, let's put it that way. And I'm going to explain each one of them so you will understand also the maturity involvement of any solution. So when you are proving in theory, on paper, that a crazy idea can work, then you have reached TRL1. This is not part of Digital Europe, but you need to know how you reach Digital Europe. When you prove on paper, when you formulate and you prove on paper, not only that the crazy idea, but also the technology that should work in order to develop that crazy idea, then you have reached, when you prove on paper the technology also, then you have reached TRL2. When you go outside the paper, outside your books, and you go to the laboratory, and you have your first experiment successfully completed, then you have the first experiment that you have reached, or your first simulations, you have reached TRL3. When you complete all the simulations, all the experiments in the lab successfully, now no more experiments in the lab, you have reached TRL4. Is this still part of Digital Europe? No. When you go outside the lab and you test your solutions with a handful, a limited number of end users, and you get some positive feedback, then you have reached TRL5. Is this still the case of Digital Europe? No. When you actually go to TRL6, what is TRL6? When you have extended the number of end users that are using your solution, whoever is an end user. Is it an algorithm? Whoever takes as input your solution is an end user. Maybe humans, maybe machines, maybe algorithms, maybe something else. But whoever takes your solution as input is an end user. So when you extend the number of end users, when you increase significantly the number of end users to test your solution in a real case environment, then, and you get some positive feedback, then you have reached TRL6. And when you are complete the whole testing with end users, no more testing with end users, you know what has to be improved, but there is no more testing with end users, then you have reached TRL7. TRL6 and TRL7 are parts of Digital Europe. All the other TRLs are not there. So, but TRL6, TRL7, or TRL8, when you, based on the testing phase, you knew what has to be improved, and you improve it, and now your solution is complete, you have reached TRL8. And what is TRL9? When you have a complete solution, what else you need to do? You need to penetrate the market. So when you penetrate the market, when you are commercializing your solution, you have reached TRL9. In our case, as a rule of thumb, in a Digital Europe program, and you need to know that, you need to increase the TRL more or less during the project duration around 2 TRLs. So if your starting point of TRL is 6, where you have already tested the solution with a big number of end users, by the end of the project, you need to have the solution completed. When your starting point, sometimes you might have also 5, but when your starting point is the testing, we are completing the testing phase, then by the end of the project, you need to have penetrated the market with your solution. That's simple. Now, in some cases, we might have also, we might also starting, not that often, but we have that case, starting from TRL 5. What is TRL 5? TRL 5 that you have already completed your solution, the testing of your solution with a limited number of end users, a handful of end users. So when this is the starting point of your Digital Europe project, then by the end of the project, you need to have completed the full testing, just to understand it. And that's very useful because in a proposal, first of all, when you are, when your starting point is not 0, you need to explain how you reach that starting point. So if your starting point is TRL 5 or your starting point is TRL 6, you need to explain how you advanced all the other different TRL levels. How you reached TRL 6, how you reached TRL 7, or in some cases TRL 5. How did you reach it already now at the beginning of the project in your proposal phase? So you need to explain that. So that's very important. The other thing that is very important in Digital Europe also is that since the ultimate aim is to reach TRL 9, which means even in some cases after the end of the project. So you need to answer in your proposal also what will be your, as soon as your project reaches TRL 7. And you explain that very well in the excellence part of your proposal. What will be your follow-up actions after the end of the project to reach TRL 9? You need to explain that in your proposal, now in the impact section, as you will see in our next course. So it's extremely important to understand the position of your project. At the beginning of the project, at the end of the project, and X years after the end of the project, where you're going to reach TRL 9 and how you're going to reach TRL 9. This is extremely important. Otherwise, your proposal will not be successful. If you don't understand that. Specifically, not for digital skills, because for digital skills, okay, you are dealing with trainings and etc. But in areas that you need to develop solutions, like in semiconductors, in high performance computing, in AI tools, then in those cases, in those areas, in those objectives, you need to be concrete, clear on what is your starting TRL and TRL by the end of the project, and how you're going to reach TRL 9, X years after the end of the project. Okay, let me see. Okay, thank you. Okay, Paulus is asking questions. Which KPI should we watch to judge whether a call is hot or saturated? You need to check the KPIs of that specific call. I mean, it depends on a call per call cases. Each call, Paulus, it has different set of KPIs. So we will see that a little bit later. While we will be reading the call, we need to make sure that we understand everything and including the KPIs and whether we can achieve them. The KPIs that are mentioned in the call are the ones that you need to achieve by the end of the project. So by the end of the project, you need to achieve those KPIs. So you need to make sure it's not a matter whether it is hot or saturated. It is something that is needed for sure. And it's a question that you need to ask to your consortium, to your team, to yourself, and see whether with your expertise and with your resources, because you need resource infrastructure, you can achieve those KPIs. So this is the question that you need to ask in your case, not judging whether this is something hot or saturated, but whether with your skills, with your resources, and with your infrastructure, you can achieve those KPIs. If you have a clear yes in that question, then you need to go for it. If your answer is maybe, then you leave it. Yes? It's hot when it's a clear yes for you. So I hope I answered that question in that. Okay, I see now Gite included some contact details. If someone wants to partner with Textile Industry Association, please consider Gite on that. Okay. And also, where can we find real-world examples of high-scoring proposals? Okay, you will never find real-world examples of high-scoring proposals because these are confidential, of course. But what you will be able to find when you join the next training, if you join the next training on how to write a proposal step by step in Digital Europe, you will see examples there from champions. So I will give you some examples, but it's not part of this training. It's part of the next training, if there is a next training in Digital Europe. Okay, Paulus, I hope I answered your question. If you have any further comments on that, let me know. If I answer the question, let me know also. Okay. Now, the next thing is that I want to discuss. So what we have so far, we've seen the expected impacts. We've seen the TRLs, which are very important. We've seen the core purpose that of Digital Europe that should be reflected in your proposal. Now, what we need to see, and then I will give Gabriel, if you want, you can ask your question not through audio because I don't want to interrupt the flow. You can ask your question over the chat, and then I will answer to you because otherwise we don't have that much time, and I don't want to interrupt the flow. So please, Gabriel, raise your question if you have any question in the chat facility. Okay. Now, where do we find the calls of Digital Europe? As I said, the calls are in a document that is called Work Program. And we have mainly three different sources of finding that document, which is called Work Program with the calls. One is the Funding and Tenders portal, which is an official online database repository of the calls and all the reference documents. We will go also to a section you will see in the next slide of it's called reference documents that you can find there in PDF format, the work programs, or you can go to the Digital Europe website, and from there you will see links to the work programs. Now, for me, as you will see, each source has advantages and disadvantages. And if we go, these are the three different sites that you can go through. So if we go to the Funding and Tenders portal, the first one, and you see here that this takes you directly to the Funding and Tenders portal that you have, okay, show me the Digital Europe calls, and show me not the closed ones, because if I do that, you will see also previous calls, but it might not be that useful because the deadline is over. Show me the open for submission and the forthcoming one. So you have them here, and the advantage of that, of the Funding and Tenders portal is twofold. First of all, with the Funding and Tenders portal, you can identify also the cascade funding. What is cascade funding? We've discussed that in the previous training, but I will mention it also here. There are some projects that are funded from Digital Europe project, and one part of their responsibilities is to issue some tiny calls for small and medium enterprises, for running some courses, for developing some solutions. So, for example, this here, what is this Code for Europe? Let's say this Code for Europe project. okay, this code for Euro project receives some money from the European Commission. They have their own partners. They're implementing the project, but they have some budget also for third parties to do some specific tasks or to develop some specific solutions. So this is called cascade funding. Why? Because Digital Europe gives the funding to the project, and the project, some part of it goes to some SMEs through cascade funds. So this is a waterfall. So we have, that's why cascade means a waterfall. Or another name that you might see is financial support to third parties. It's the same like cascade funding. So you will not see that cascade funding in the PDF documents. You will see it only from the funding and tenders portal. So that's one advantage of the funding and tenders portal. The other advantage of the funding and tenders portal is that, okay, I'm active in education. So I would like to see calls that are related to education. So if you click on that, you've seen that there are already 28 calls. Let me increase it because you might not be able to see it. So we have 28 calls that are open and related to education. Or in some cases, maybe you would like to go a little bit deeper. So you might have to go artificial intelligence, whatever. Okay, there are 4 calls directly that are dealing with artificial intelligence. Okay, so it helps you to narrow down a little bit your search. In some cases, I don't know, let's see, 3D printing, if it has, you see some, if you're dealing with 3D printing, I see some that are active also in 3D printing from our audience. So there are now 3 calls that are dealing with 3D printing. So it helps quite, as you see, quite quickly to identify by playing around with a little bit of manufacturing, with a little bit of searching and playing around with the keywords on the calls that could be interested for you. Yes, that's one way. But in some other case, you might not find the keywords that you are dealing with, although there might be some calls that could be interesting in your expertise. But you might not find it. I'll show you another way through PDFs how you're going to do that. But it's nice, the funding and tenders portal, for shortlisting those calls based on cascade funding or on specific keywords that will save you some time. The disadvantage is that if let me see some calls here. So let me take this call here, apply AI for generative AI for the public administrations. This is the deadline, 2nd of September. Okay. You have here the expected outcomes and deliverables. You have the objectives. What should be the objective of the winning proposals? You have the scope with some further guidelines on it, but it doesn't have some further information like KPIs and etc., background information that are mentioned in the PDF, as you will see. I will show you a little bit later. So it's okay as a starting point, but you should never rely on whatever it is here for understanding the code. In order to understand the code, you need to read the PDF, as you will see later. However, what is actually interesting is to see also the topic updates. I mean, maybe there are some changes in the topic. You will see them here. You will get informed. So that's something that could be useful. The other thing is that it shows also here, let me see, what is the code? Oh, wait. The other thing that is quite useful is it supply AI? No. Yes, is that this call is this one here. As far as I can see. So you will see that there are here something, the number of grants that are expected. Yeah. So these are one proposal. So there are 4 proposals that are expected under this call. You can find it out quite easily by doing a small division, but for the time being, that is also useful. The other thing that I'm not suggesting you to do so, but for the sake of completeness, if you, I hope you will not ask me. So you can see here partners that could be interested in that call. I don't advise you to go through that. It will be a waste of resources and waste of time, yes, to look for partners. Because really champions, they will not focus on the partner facility that is in the call. But for the sake of completeness, I have it here for you. You will need to work it in another way. Don't look for the partner sets announcements for that topic. There are people that having a secretary going through all these calls and putting a profile, a general profile, and waiting for people for organizations to fish and take them to bite and take them as partners in their proposal. They will not be that serious. Maybe there are also serious organizations, but the serious players, they don't use the sets channel facility. They go to their own network or they go to previously funded projects and look for champions, as you will see. Okay, so this is the pros and cons of the funding and others portal. Now, if we go to the reference documents, you can go directly, or another way, you can go from here, from the funding and others portal. You can ask them to tell you the Digital Europe. So either you have the direct link from your notes, or you go here, the same as here, it's the same page. So you go to the work programs. Sorry, this is Horizon. So you need to change it. Even if it gives you by default, the funding and others portal has Horizon Europe, not the digital one. So you need to do that. You go to the work program. You go to the latest one. So you see here, there are some work programs also here for, we will have a PDF document opening. Also, if we go to the other ones. So this is for AI PDF document. Yes. You see it has by far more information. So for each call, you have also, we have here 1 call, 2 calls, 3 calls, 4 calls, 5 calls. So we have 5 calls for AI. For each one of them, we have not only the objectives, the scope, but also outcomes and deliverables, KPIs by the end of the project to measure outcomes and deliverables. So that means by the end of the project, benefits from deliverables. So this is how to measure the benefits and how to measure the quality of the deliverables. We have the KPIs. We'll see them in detail a little bit later, how to read the call. But what I want you to remember from that is that immediately what you understand, that the information that is contained about a call is by far more extensive in the PDF file. So if you want to read the call and understand it, you check the PDF text, the PDF description that you can download it. So your task is to download all the work programs on Digital Europe and check the ones that you are going to be active or they could be aligned with your profile and see how you can contribute. We will see a use case scenario on that. And the next one is the Digital Europe website that it has here the work programs. Yes, the work program here, the general one, the one that we've seen on cybersecurity. But personally, I prefer to go to the reference document, and I can see here that PDF for AI, that is for best use of infrastructures. This is for digital innovation hubs. This is for digital skills. I mean, it's I think it is better to work with the PDF files rather than working on the EU funding and tenders portal. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, in the funding and tenders portal, as it's why you see so many. Because we have the closed also. So there are different purposes. Funding tenders portal for finding the cascade funding and playing with the keywords. For understanding the call, you go to the PDFs, either from the reference documents or from the Digital Europe website. Okay, I hope you understand that because it is quite important. Now, as a hands-on practice, I'm not going to ask you to do that now, but it will be one of the tasks that you can do in the breakout rooms in the afternoon, is to download all the work programs, 4 or 5. So you download all the work programs, and I will show you. I will do a demonstration. I have already downloaded them, but for you, you need to go to the reference documents, you download all the work programs, and then I would like you to use AI tool, any AI tool that you're using. They're free, you will see a little bit more on that. You go to an AI tool and you don't worry about confidential information because you're going to share only public information. And you would like to ask AI to help you, in addition to the funding and tenders portal, to use the PDFs as attachments and tell you which possible calls are of interest for you as an organization. So I will do a small demonstration. No, I will do a small demonstration. I will do a small demonstration now. Sorry about that, but I just want to make sure that we have the web programs here. So these are the web programs. Sorry. So we have here, I have downloaded all the work programs from reference documents. These are all the ones. So what I'm going to do, you have to do that also. I will go to chat. I use ChatGPT, but you can go to GPT, DeepSeek. I have the links in the next slide, no worries. I'm going to upload. I'm going to go to I'm going to go here. I'm going to upload all the work programs that I have downloaded from the links that you've seen in the notes. Upload them. Then I will go to my slide. These are the tools, but no worries. I will go and copy and paste that one. Okay. I'm going to write it. So I will go to the GPT. I will complete it a little bit. Oh. I will write the prompt. Okay, action 10, that's okay. So I will leave that one. Okay, go back again. So what I'm asking, I'm going to ask AI to help me in identifying what is the best call according to my profile, according to your profile. So my organization, I'm not going to touch a profile now, but has high specialization in I don't know, in let me see some of you. Some of you to see. Okay. I'm trying to find an expertise from you, from the audience that I can use. Okay. We have here bio 3D printing, yes, from Egle. Yeah. It's specific. So in bio 3D printing. Yes, that was from Egle. Please provide your outline. So this is not there. Okay, so my organization has high specialization in bio 3D printing and is interested in getting involved as a partner and not as a coordinator for the time being in proposals under any of the digital Europe calls that are described in the attached work programs. Please analyze thoroughly the published calls and suggest those calls that my organization should be involved. You need to be thorough and convincing. In particular, you need to justify for each suggested call the following: why this call should be interesting for us, what could be our role in projects under this call and linking with our experience, why a potential digital Euro proposal initiator could should consider organization in their profile. Please provide your output in any format. Okay, so I click enter. I use 4.0. 4.0 is the most standard one. You could use also 0.3 or 0.4 mini, which is a little bit reasoning, but for the time being, go with the standard one. It's not, it's okay. It's good for analyzing documents. So you see that it has skills, the European Innovation Hubs, it has AI, the best use of digital infrastructure, the other digital Europe work programs overall, cybersecurity, and this is the, I think, the high performance computing. So it analyzes that, and it might give you some good hints. Now, I think while we're waiting, it will not take that much time, but while we're waiting, I think it's a good point now to have a nice break. Yes, it's about time to have our break. So let's have our break. I know it's not half an hour, it's around 50 minutes. Apologies for that. But let's have, while we're waiting, let's have a break till 11:30. Let's keep the time agenda. So I hope everyone is okay with that, even if it is 15 minutes. If you need more, let me know. I hope you don't. But if you need more, let me know. So let's see whether we're going to get some results from AI. So that's another way how to get some insights on what should be the proper call in your case, instead of going to the funding and tenders portal and playing with the keywords here. Because if you see here 3D printing, you have just one call. How many? 3 calls, yes. So let's see whether they will tell us about those and what else we are going to get. Yeah, sometimes It's good results sometimes are bad results, but it's always worth trying. Well, so we will see that in real case after the break, what were the outcomes of that. So we will stop until 11:30. Enjoy your break. I will stop sharing and looking forward to see you back after that short break. And prepare any questions that you have. Stop sharing. Okay, let me share the screen. So first of all, before we begin, do you have any questions of what we did so far? Yeah, I will. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let me see, first of all, if you have any questions in the chat. No, nothing. So, okay. Okay, that's okay. So let's see now, based on that prompt, what did we get from ChatGPT? It asked for some clarification. I didn't want to go through them without showing to you, because you would miss the recording session. So the good thing with ChatGPT is ask for some clarifications. Also, the other tools are doing it. Thank you. Is the goal to benchmark the work? So the problem answer your question, I need to clarify. Do you want European consultancies only or global with a strong? So we include think tanks and foundations. So what I will say, I will just ask here one. Let me check a little bit the thing that I shared, just in case. One thing, so I will go back. So first of all, I will create a new chat. Just in case. I will go back here. Okay, because it had a glitch, I will do it again. Sorry about that. This is what happens when you do something live. And by editing. And the next of the prompts. I'm writing it again. See that one. Sometimes there are glitches, so you need to be patient. What was the last one? Yeah, thanks again. Documents. Okay, click enter. Once more, so you can see how it works. We uploaded actually all the documents. So it starts giving, let me increase the text so you will be able to see it. Uploaded Europol programs the following calls bio 3D printing, especially if you aim to participate as a partner, not an error. Some a table with a detail as an error per call. So it has here some, and the idea is to see whether it has the ones that we had here. So these are the ones that we had with feeling like a DJ here, moving around. So, so it has here this, let's see, well, first of all, it has the ones that we are looking for. Digital TO25 completion step. Yeah. Facilitation. consolidation. So it has this one here, consolidation of network. This one, I guess. Let me see. Yeah, that's the one. So it has that one. Okay. So it has this DIX. So it has only that one, but and also ADHAC. Digital 5 skills 8. Okay, I will ask. Okay, I will ask you, your question. So it has now this question. Answer says, okay, why it's relevant. What is useful that we don't get it from that? Of course, we didn't get all of them. So that's why it's worth doing this. But maybe because it's additive manufacturing and not 3D printing. But you see here, it gives some ideas regarding your role, which is, I think, quite interesting because you cannot get it anywhere else. So it's immediately from 8, 9 documents. We found 3 calls through the funding editors portal, and we found something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls in using AI. And it gives not only why it is relevant, but also what you can, or what your role can be. And that's extremely useful because you're going to use it when you're looking for, now it indicated to you a role that you can have for those calls. Whether it is valid or not, this is something that you should check. But for the time being, it seems that it is something as a very good starting point. And this is what I want you to remember. With AI, it can give you a good starting point. Never a full answer, never a complete answer. So it gives you 30% of what you need to do. Are you looking for calls? It gave you already 4 or 5. You look also with the funding and editors portal. So you have now, you merge those and you have a complete answer on which could be the calls that you should be involved based on your expertise. In our case, bio 3D printing. Now, the question that Zenon has asked is how safe ChatGPT and DeepSeek. First of all, that's a very good question. Generally, we used now in this case ChatGPT for not sharing any confidential information. I mean, we just said bio 3D printing, our profile, and the public information that exists already with the work programs. So you didn't share any public any private or sensitive information with anyone. You just use that. So it doesn't you don't have, for the time being, for this task, any concerns on confidentiality. Now, on the other hand, the ChatGPT can, first of all, if you want all the dialogue to be confidential, you can click here and have a temporary chat. So this chat won't appear in history, user updates, so it will be just one-off, you use it, and then everything is erased. So you can use that if you want to have some sensitive information exchanged with your ChatGPT. Now, in addition, when you want, however, to have some of the information saved, but also to be for your own case and not for training the model, you go to GPT, you go to settings. You go to settings, you go to data controls, I think. And here in data controls, you improve the model for everyone, which means I have it off, but by default is on. So you need to change it from on to off in order not to use any of your data for training the model. So that ChatGPT doesn't allow by default to have your interaction confidential. Claude and other generative AI tools, they have by default not training the model. But ChatGPT, you need to do that thing. With DeepSeek, things are different. And why they are different, and we have here the most of the most popular tools. With DeepSeek, you don't have that. You don't have that either to have a temporary chat, a confidential chat, or to avoid training the model. DeepSeek seems to be powerful, but they can use any of your data. So when you're going, it could be extremely useful for this task that we just did, where you upload the web programs and you ask them to, as a matter of fact, I will do it also because it might give you slightly even better results. On, let me go to English. Sometimes it's, okay. So you go to ChatGPT. I'm going to use the same chat because it's not something confidential. Same chat, copy and paste. The DeepSeek. I'm going to attach documents to see, first of all, whether it allows all of them. And as soon as it is uploaded, we will click enter, we will not wait. But DeepSeek is good for that kind of task that you are not going to share any confidential information. On that, let's process those two documents also. And then I will click enter. And then you will see what kind of reaction, whether we will receive the same results or slightly different. My view is that probably we will receive slightly different results, but let's see. Okay. Smaller, okay, you see, DeepSeek can only read 14% of all files. Try replacing the task files with a smaller excerpt. So it doesn't have the capability that I have with ChatGPT on that. So it cannot work. I mean, that's why. But in some cases, when you don't have that many documents, maybe you can do it. Claude, we can go to Claude, I think, but Claude is up to 5 documents. Maybe they've changed, but I think it's up to 5 with the free version. Upload the file. Let's see how many it allows to. Whether it allows me all of them. Otherwise, you have to check with ChatGPT. Normally, I use ChatGPT. I'm okay with that. I'm satisfied with that. I'm using the free version of Claude and the paid version of ChatGPT, but ChatGPT paid version doesn't have that much difference with the free version, only priority and the number of requests that you can have with ChatGPT. Over the link you see, try and replace the task files with smaller experts. So this is the case also with excerpt. So maybe with at least with, I know for a fact with ChatGPT, ChatGPT paid version, 20 euros per month. Also, in some cases, if the usage is not that high, you can use also the free version and upload all the files. Now, however, from the security point of view, Claude is okay, ChatGPT is okay if you do some settings. You don't use DeepSeek if you are concerned about the confidentiality and the sharing of data. But for any other tasks, I mean, you can use it. So I hope, Zenonas, I answered your question on that. I hope now everyone is starting to get familiar how we can use also AI tools. I prefer to use ChatGPT, so you can do a similar exercise. We will have that as a hands-on practice in the afternoon, so you can work with your AI tool of preference. In our case, it should be ChatGPT for this task, in order to work and see what kind of feedback you're going to get. What I'm going to do is I'm going to share also that for you. Also, I'm going to share it, the link, so you have it. Click link. I'm going to share it in the chat, so you will see the dialogue also. I'm just sharing in the chat the link, so you should be able to access almost all the information that we have here. Okay, let me go back. So I think that was useful. It can save you a lot of reading, believe me, if you do it that way, which can be quite frustrating. So we have that. We discussed there are some other tools, Perplexity, Gemini's of Google. I personally, although I have also Gemini Advanced or the paid version, I prefer to use ChatGPT, but maybe you would like to use Gemini. That's not a big issue. So what we have completed step one. And we started already working with some tips. So step one is okay, which allows us now to go to step two, which is how to work on our profile intelligence and how we're going to enhance our profile from that level to that level. And then communication intelligence, as you will see, is not that lengthy. So let's now go to step two, which is on how we're going to increase our digital identity, our profile on that. Now, for doing that, we need to work on three assets. And they are very interesting, all three of them. Now, the first one is that, okay, I would like to see, or I would like you to enhance your research innovation experience, as well as your experience regarding the call that you are targeting. Yes? I mean, to show that you know what you're talking about, you know that you have done your homework, you know that you know better than many other potential partners what the call is asking for. And also, you are going to use it for showing a way to prove your experience related to that call. Because you should never do what many failed attempts doing, which is you have a profile, a general profile, in order to fit as many different calls as possible. You suspect that if someone is initiating a proposal, you send to them your profile, your general profile, and you pray for having some positive feedback from them. Well, it doesn't work like that. So what we're going to do with asset one, and I'm going to show you, we are going to do some homework, and we are going to prepare a profile that knows what it talks about regarding to the call that you're targeting. So we're going to do some call analysis, and you're going to see how your expertise can fit to that call. Now, the next asset, which is asset two that we will see, apart from your expertise and your knowledge related to the call, I would like you to use another asset also. I would like you to connect with key players. And key players are, first of all, EC policy officers. I would like you to connect with EC policy officers in digital Europe, as well as experts from EC experts that are evaluating proposals. This is a very significant asset, strong asset. And on the contrary, with the officials, EC officers in Horizon Europe, speaking from personal experience, I know that the officers in Digital Europe, because Digital Europe is a new program and they want to have as many good proposals as possible, easy officers in Digital Europe are more open to reply, give feedback, receive some people in their offices, give some explanations about the call. They like to do it. I mean, not all of them, but I've seen cases where officers related to Digital Europe program, they were more open to give feedback to potential applicants, where you don't see that in Horizon Europe cases. So that's another asset that I would like you to, I'm going to show you how you're going to build connections with EC policy officers and also experts on behalf of the European Commission that evaluate proposals. And the last asset that you need to add in your profile for enhancing your profile is that you can bring into consortium, you can connect with key players that is not that easy to be found in consortium, like policymakers. And policymakers, we mean ministries or regional authorities. These are extremely important players that we need to have on board in proposals, even as associate partners. What are associate partners? Partners that are not participating with funding in a project, but because they're highly interested, they're participating because without any funding, without any obligations towards the European Commission, but they are interested in some of the results very much. So these are the three assets that we're going to use to skyrocket your profile from that stage to that one over there. So let's see one by one. So we will, as I said, you need to prove that you have the relevant experience. You need to know what you're talking about, what the call requires, and those two will lead you, will allow you to add some strategic value to any proposal that you're going to be invited or you're going to be on board. Now, what you need to do, and it's very important, is that you need to study the call from not the online version of it, but from the PDF version. And why is that? Because as we've seen already, the information that exists in the PDF version is by far more extensive. So that's why I want you to study now. I want you to create some intelligence based on the call expectations. So I would like you to have them studying the PDF program, because there is by far more information in the PDF program. And by studying it, one, first of all, element that it's straightforward, but I need to say it for the sake of completeness. You need to be comfortable with some administrative requirements of the call. So what type of action is it? We've seen already the different actions in the previous training, but even if you don't know them, you can look on the work program and understand them. You need to make sure that you're fully aware of the funding rate, whether it's 50, 75, or 100%, because in some cases, if it is 50%, you might not want to participate in that call, even if it is interesting, because the rest of 50% needs to be subsidized from your own pocket. So you think twice whether you're going to whether you're going to go to that call. Also, to see whether there are any eligibility restrictions, any eligibility requirements, any specific type of partners that should be on board. So you check the conditions that are in the PDF work program. You check also the call budget. Why? Because based on the call budget and based on the budget per project, you can have an idea of how many are the expected number of projects that will get funded from a specific call. So that's also useful to know. The deadline is very important. I mean, you don't go to a call that is next week. You don't start from that. I mean, likely most of the calls that I have in Digital Europe that have just been published, they have a deadline by September. So there is some time ahead of us, although I understand that we have the summer, which is not that easy for anyone to work. And also, you need to at least get familiar with the proposal template And other supporting materials, we have already discussed them in the previous training, but mainly here we mean info day material, training slides from the info day material. Then we have info day material, frequently asked questions. I'm just recapitulating some of the elements that we discussed in the previous training, so you get an idea what are the supporting material that you need to get familiar with. There was an evaluation form also to see what the evaluators will evaluate. Okay. So, and it's essential to have a good starting point of those. Now, another thing that is important to do, and if we go to the work program, this is the work program, which one on AI. I'm saying that because I think most of you will be interested on that, is to check the version, history of changes. So that's very important. So you check the version here, initial version. Okay, 1st of April 2025. Because if there are any different changes, or if someone else has a different version, you need to know that. So make sure that you check the history of change, because this is important to know and to ensure that you have the latest version. So you check the updates there, or also on the topic updates. Yes, the one that we've seen in the funding and data portal. Now, the next thing is that while you're reading now the document, so if we go to our document, so okay, so we have identified some diseases, all right, so we will check quickly, but not that much, the background information, introduction, okay, some things regarding the general things regarding each one of those calls. I mean, for each one of those calls, they show in a snapshot, summarize the KPIs and etc. But the most important thing, is where you're going to study things is all this information here. Yeah, all this information from background information, introduction, not that much, but this information here, this one, for each call is extremely important to understand what are the objectives, the scope, the outcomes, deliverables, the KPIs, and then there are some other general ones for all the calls. So I have them here in your notes, so you can check a little bit the background, which is applicable for all the calls under this. Okay, but here it could be interesting to pay attention to if they mention some previously funded projects that could be related to that call. So read that. Now, what else is quite important is as soon as we are in each call, so this is one call here, we need to see what are the objectives of that call and what are the targets. We need to make sure that we continue reading, that we understand the core purpose of the call. Yes. Then after, also in the scope, we need to understand what are the objectives of the successful projects. Yes, the objectives here are mentioned, and here we will read also the project objectives. You see here they are also the project budget. It gives you here and the project budget. Contribution means the project funding, and also the duration, 48 months normally. Also the co-finance rate, 50%. Sometimes it might not be that attractive. And then you go on reading, and you see also some hints on the approach and on how you're going to address the excellence, the implementation, and the impact. And also you're going to see what are the expected results. These are deliverables, the expected benefits, outcomes, and then how we're going to measure the quality of the deliverables and how we will know that we have achieved the expected benefits. So based on that, we are going to have the KPIs as we've discussed already. And we need to address them by the project end. This is important, not shortly after, but by the project end. So this is also the targeted stakeholders. And sometimes it might give you hints on what should be the proper consortium synthesis. So we have here all the information that we need. And if we go to one call, let's say to the first one here. So you have, this is the core purpose of the call, of that call. Then normally the first paragraph of the scope starts with a problem, with a challenge. So here we see there are gaps, critical gaps in the semiconductor value chain. Yes, so that's a challenge. So you see that normally we have that in the first paragraph. Whatever follows after the narrative format, after the paragraphs in bullet, are the core of the objectives that we will see them also later, but we have them already, the objectives or the core tasks that we have to do in our winning project, and whatever is in a bullet point. Also, whenever you see this action, that means a project, a funding project. Also pay attention if it says here some or most, it says here consists providing the following support services, which means that you need to address all of them. All the bullet points here have to be addressed. If you're saying most of them, then more than 50%. If it was saying some, less than 50%. If it was saying several, that means also more than 50%. So you get an idea based on the wording that exists in the work program description. And then we have the short-term benefits and the core results. So these are given the following, we deliver on the following outcomes. Okay, so these are the core results that are expected. And these are the indicators, quantified indicators that will allow us to assess how well we have achieved the short-term benefits and the quality of the results. So these are very well linked with these bullet points here. It says also the targeted stakeholders. Yeah, so who should benefit from our project, from our results. It gives also the type of action and funding rate. Here in this one, we have 100% funding rate because it's a coordination support action. All right. And that's it. That's the end. Some specific topic condition, that's the end. Then we go, that's another call. So if we are not if we are interested to that call, our studying stops here. We don't go and read the rest of section 2. Then we will have to read outside the call because these are the specificalities per call. Then we will go through and we'll read the other ones that are applicable for all the calls. Yeah, from section 3. Available budget. So we see here the available budget. So based also on the number of contributions per call, we can estimate more or less how many projects will get funded. We see that also in the funding and debtors portal. The deadlines for all the calls that we've seen above. So that's important. 2nd of September is the submission deadline. Then you will get informed on the project results by the end of this year. You will have the project signed and commencing it by, if you're successful, by February, March Okay, that's a mistake here for them. It should say here 2026. It's not my mistake, it's European Commission mistake. But okay, it's straightforward, but it's a pity that an official document has a wrong date here. Sometimes it happens. They will have a new version. Make sure that you study the new version on that. All right, so then some admissibility, I mean, how it's going to be submitted, everything submitted through the funding and notice portal. You have the NCP on Digital Europe to help you on that. You don't have to worry on that. Maybe there are some details or exceptions. So yes, so if there are some specific requirements you need and supporting documents, you need to annex them. For example, for that call, yes, of ownership of control, mistakes. So for that call, you need also a letter of commitment from public authorities, regional authorities. So make sure that you read this because these are important. It says also the maximum pages for all the projects apart from coordination support, which is 50 pages for the part B. Part A, which is the administrative information is provided online. Maximum that one, okay. Eligibility conditions are the straight and forward ones. However, then we might have some exceptions, so that's why you always need to read them. What are those exceptions? Okay, because it says you need to be from EU or from countries. Also some exceptions here. All right, you read them, make sure that you read them. Don't take by the fact that, don't assume that the coordinator has read all of this. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't happen. So you also check here the minimum number of composition, number of partners. So make sure that you read these. Okay, some things regarding the ethics or some restrictions if there are security issues. Make sure that you read it for the call that you're interested in. So that's okay. The other things are standard ones. But the most important for you, in order to show that you know what you're talking about regarding that call, is section 2. Section 2, section 2 per call is this information here, or this information here, or this information here. These are the ones that you need to master. So let's see now how we can build some expertise on that. And so now you are more or less familiar with you're familiar with the work program structure. Now I would like you to, for a specific call, to go through the call text. I would like you to use AI, or you can use it your own, but I would like to suggest the profile of a winning project. So you can do it on your own, or you can use AI to do it and then refine it. But I would like you to understand what should be the profile of a winning project based on the budget and duration, the core challenges that have to be addressed, the consortium synthesis, the project objectives, the project results, the work plan framework. This is something that you can read it, you can understand it by reading the call topic description. And you need to know what is the profile of a winning project, or to just specify it, because there is not a black and white answer here. But at least to have an idea on that. So what we can do is we can use that prompt. So I will use that prompt. And I will see which one. I will use Okay. Healthcare, factoring. Okay. So I will create a new one. So you see your next proposal is like Europe, and you assist me in writing proposal under call. Under call, we will put one call. We'll put one call here. I have, I think, one call, the part B of that call. Let me see. Somewhere here. Yes, I have this one here. Skills O2 General AI Academy. So to create an academy, training academy. So I have that here. I will upload it either by Plus or uploading it. I will, and that's the call. Digital 5. I will put it like that. Okay, see, that's full description. I would like you to go through the call text, and based on the project budget, I think it is 7 million euros. If you read it, it says 70 million euros. And 48 months duration. I also tell them what are the expected outcomes, the short-term benefits expected by the project end, the expected KPIs, the call objective, the scope and the call challenge, the core purpose, the suggested approach and outcomes, as well as the suggested goals for each of the 3 core proposal sections to suggest the profile of a winning project, the budget and duration, core challenges, the consortium synthesis, project objectives, project results, just to get an idea. You need to justify convincingly your suggestions. I'm not going to use this term. Okay, Margarita, no problem. Thank you for letting me know on that. Let me run that and then I will answer listening your suggestions. Okay, Paulus, you're asking me some questions that are more related to how to write a proposal. Because here we're dealing with how to find partners. I mean, some general things. Okay. It's shared memories. Okay. For sharing. So let's see now this thing here. So project and budget. Okay. Fully aligned with budget ratio is needed due to the scope, running curricula, running pilots, deploying apprenticeships, and launching sustainability mechanisms. What is that call about? Is to create an academy on AI. How to create experts that can develop generative AI tools. That's an academy. Yes. So that this is the purpose. And I've chosen that call because it can be understood by everyone. By people from AI, by people from semiconductors, by people from high performance computer, and etc. So that's why I've chosen that, which is something quite useful. So it says here EU short for the talents across, especially partners research, manufacturing, healthcare. So we are shorting, Europe is shorting behind talents on developing generative AI tools, and especially for the public administration, manufacturing, healthcare. Are women in major, okay, are women less than 20%, which is very low. We need 50%, we need some balance. So these are core challenges quantified that are suggested. And it gives you also, if you mouse over, it gives you also where that is mentioned. Here, 20 million IT specialists targeted by 2030, current pace insufficient, so we will not reach that aim. Lack of high quality general education and certified degree programs at EU level. Yes, so these are very important because if you read the call, I mean, if you read the call, you might not be able to understand all of them directly. So this is the call. If we open the call, it's just an extract from the work program. It's nothing more than that. So I think we didn't do anything else. So we have here that we kept the call, and this is the code. This is the skills general AI academy step. So we keep all this information. So you see, it has a lot of information, a lot. So you need to read it, but it helps you to use AI because AI is perfect for analyzing text. Perfect. It's not perfect for giving you answers to anything else, but for analyzing text, they're very good. And you're not sharing any confidential information. So consortium synthesis, it gives you the idea. 10, 12 full partners with 7 million euros project. I think 10, 12 partners is okay with 6, 10 associate partners, observers. Mandatory partners give you some good synthesis. So 2 that are going to award accreditation on AI, generative AI, probably a vocational education institution. From the industry, we need that. We need also one from SME startup, an AI competence center that will absorb the people that will work. Recommended partners, mandatory partners, additional partners, mandatory ones, associate partners. The project objectives. So it gave you, you see, in a very nice format, 7 objectives that will be extremely difficult from the text to analyze. Expected results. Yes, certified master programs, vocational training, on-the-job training, more than 20 women supported with scholarships. So this is financial support to third parties. So this is cascade funding also. More than 300 apprenticeships, full EU-wide dissemination through also the digital job platform, plus from your own portal, monitoring framework based on digital indicators, CDFOP and ARISA KPIs. So probably you see whether you can, how you can monitor them more closely, maybe having them as associate partners also, you could. A work plan structure based on those objectives. Key winning factors, yes, that you need to take into consideration. So by you have now, based on the profile of the call, you have now an idea of what should be the profile of a winning project. What should be the synthesis of a winning project? What should be the core objectives? What kind of challenges you need to address? So that was extremely helpful, I guess, on that. Okay, so this is something interesting. Of course, it asks you for some further steps. For the time being, we don't need them. Maybe one page pose a concept to recruit partners, but for the time being, we don't want anything on that. But it's a good starting point. Is it a perfect? No. Is it an excellent starting point? Yes. So now you have something that when you will be contacting someone related to that call, you can send that kind of information. Also, so max 20% of the budget should go to cascade funding. So that's interesting. So we received a very nice prompt on that. And then I would like to go a little bit deeper. Okay, we've seen the profile, but can you identify some important documents, some important studies related to that call? Yes, so I will continue with the prompts here, because that will be useful when you will be contacting someone that you know that they will be active in that call, to tell them, do you know that document? Have you considered that document? Have you considered that study? So that's the first prompt. first action, to do some research and define any key related policy documents, EU initiatives, regulations that we must consider for this call. So I will write it here, and then I will paste the whole dialogue in the chat. Can you do, first of all, let's say thank you. What they did, I think, was more than enough in less than a minute. So there's a question mark here. I will do that afterwards. I will ask them to give in a Word format. So let's see what kind of research. So they're searching the web now to find out. So what you are doing now, we're creating value related to the call that we're targeting. We're going to use that in our profile. Okay, so it has here also key aspects to address. Artificial Intelligence Act, we specify high risk, high application, this is job collision, okay. Skills and job collision, these are were mentioned in the call, Pact for Skills, Digital Education Action Plan, European Skills Agenda, Gender Equality Strategy, okay. European AI Office, engage with you for guidance, AI demand, okay. These are interesting, so I will ask. Thank you. Can you prepare a Word document with all this information? So we don't have to do copy and paste. Okay, Paolo's asking why we use 4.0 and not 0.3. The idea behind it is because with 0.3, first of all, it is slower. Secondly, because it has to think, sometimes it might give me superfluous information. It philosophizes, if I may say. So that's why the safest way, you can try with 0.3, you can see what kind of results you're going to get. But the safest way, because sometimes you don't know whether you should use an 0.3, which is a reasoning model, or 4 mini, which is again a reasoning model, but faster, or 4.0, which is for all the practices. I go with the safest one, which is 4.0, which is one that will give you the best results. Don't expect that AI will think that much. So we can do it. You can try also for that to check with 0.3, but in some cases be prepared that they might give a lot of hallucinations, 0.3, because they will have a lot of thinking. And sometimes when someone thinks a lot, might not give you that accurate results. They are their own perspectives. Try it, 4.0 experiment, but for the ones that are not familiar and they cannot distinguish when they should use a reasoning model or any other tool, and you're using AI, you're a beginner, then use 4.0. It's the safest. So I hope I answered your question on that, Paolo. So let's download that one, see what we got. So you see, it's very practical, our training. Yeah? So let's see. One more with, find a window with the downloads. So this is what was downloaded here. You open it. Okay, so it gave us in a table what we have. All right, so we keep that. Okay, it has all the information. That's what I wanted. And it is in a table format. Good. So we stop here on that. We can close it. We don't need anything else. Then we go to the next prompt. And to the next prompt. Yeah. And now, so we asked also to give the AI the output in a Word document. So identify some major development announced by the consultants interested in this area. So which are the best consultancy companies that have analyzed digital skills in AI with needs and offers, and what are their publications? Okay, so I will use that one as the next one. Here, what I say is you can use also deep research for that, but it will take a lot of time. So we don't want to do that. So we prefer to go with that one to be a little bit faster. Search in the web. Okay, so decide to search the web on their own, so you don't need to click on that. So I have consulting analysis. Okay. So this is interesting. Ready for the adoption. So we have some publications. So these are important, and we need to consider them in our analysis. Okay. Thank you. Can you provide me all this info in a Word format? So we have that. Secondly, also 4.0 has more capabilities. 0.3, if you use it, it has 100 requests per week or so. So make sure that you don't exceed your quota, your data. Go with 4.0, you will not be disappointed. So while it downloads that, okay, starting downloading it, just making sure that it has the information that we had before. Let me check. Okay, yes, all the information, that's good. Okay, maybe there are some elements, maybe we don't like it. We asked them to do some revising, but for the time being is more than enough. So we go to the next prompt. Now here you can also use deep research for doing that. I don't advise you because it might take you more than 30 minutes. We don't have that much time, but maybe you want to experiment on your own with deep research or with O3. Faster user model, so also O3 instead of deep research. Maybe you can use O3 for that. It's up to you. Experiment. I will go with 4.0. I don't want to spend my credits also for that. And now, action 3, which is not part of AI. Here, no prompt. You need to do your own homework. So you need to go to the funding and others portal. Yes, you need to go to the funding and others portal here and identify those projects that are related with AI or to Cordis also, that are related on training on AI. So you go here, you are in projects, EU funded projects, so we have 500. I will check the ones that are dealing with artificial intelligence, programming search. Let's see what we will get. Items, because this has also results. So this is not only on Digital Europe. I see here that we have also although we asked for Digital Europe, it has from other programs also, from Horizon Europe, from Erasmus Plus, from Horizon 2020. So let me try to satisfy that and have only from Digital Europe. So they are familiar with that. There is a glitch, although there are 100, and so it shows me here. I will go with Digital Euro program. I will go with this one. There's a glitch. Yeah. Anyway, so look for that, artificial intelligence, or go to Cordis. That's even better. It works better. Cordis, as it is. So you go to projects and results. Cordis is the database of research innovation projects. So you're looking for artificial intelligence academy, whatever. Let's see what we get. Then we can ask artificial intelligence, but let's see how many we will get from there. Very rough estimation, okay. We do some filtering. First of all, the collection, I just need projects, apply that one. Take some time, set cookies. Then I need this to be here. Search. Then I will select only Horizon Europe. We do some things. Because here our project, okay, it was reduced. I would like also to have from Horizon Europe framework, from excellent science, maybe Marie Curie. I will go widening, could be interesting. Also because Lithuania is widening country, but because also you have been dealing with AI there. I will go with research infrastructures. I will go with global challenges here. Go with innovative Europe. Okay, let's see what we get. So it was reduced to 300, more or less, results. Now, what you can do, which is also nice. Okay, I will ask 50. So you can download the search results in CSV format. Projects, let me see if I can do one more thing here. No, that's okay. We'll download the results in a CSV format. So the first 50 results, these are the ones here. So it was downloaded. Then I will go to the next page. I will download the next 50 results and I will do that so on, so forth. Not for the time being, but I will do it once more. So you see here, CSV format, 51 to 100. And you do that for all 300 projects. And then if you open it, now you need to be careful because sometimes if you try to open the results with Excel, it doesn't understand a lot the CSV. So either you go with Google Chrome or Google Drive or with OpenOffice. I have installed OpenOffice, but you can go with Google Drive. So you see it's much nicer here. So you open it. And then you look here for projects that they have AI or artificial intelligence somewhere. AI, okay, merging advanced with algorithms. Okay, they have here, or we have the word academy. Academy. Happiness. So you're doing some work here and checking whether you have the ones with AI in the title, artificial intelligence in the title, academy in the title. You take also the Cordis website. You go to Cordis website, yeah, and you are trying to find out. So you find more information about that, what are the partners, whether it is something applicable for you. You upload, you can ask always ChatGPT. Here, it's this one, based on the attached files that contain projects dealing with AI and academies. Can you do some search, do some analysis, and suggest which projects would be an excellent starting point for this call. Digital Europe call. Oh, sorry, I forgot to attach the files. I did it. Yeah. So we'll add what we downloaded. Yeah. Download page 2. Do summarize and suggest which project could be an excellent. Let's see what we get. Maybe we get something, maybe we don't, but it's worth trying. Yes. Okay. But you need to do your own homework here, as I say in my slides. So here, no prompt here. I mean, maybe you can try, but as I said, you need to do your own investigation to see what are the starting projects. Now we're going to upload all the produced files in our favorite GenAI tool, and based on the attached documents, please suggest those initiatives that the winning project should consider and explain why suggested initiatives should be considered. So we have here this one here. Okay, it identified some. Don't take for granted that out of those projects, these are relevant ones. So it has here 38. Okay, 41 for how many? 69. Okay, out of 100, they have 70 projects. Okay, more of these projects. As well, let me know if you would like. I can tell this is quite superficial. Can you check for this page of all those and suggest which ones should be considered? So if you don't like something, you say it. Should be considered. So let them do that. Searching the web, searching the European Commission website for this. Which ones could serve? Okay. Okay. So it gives you Hasid as one, then Sapea, but as I said, by far the best is to do your own research. Yeah, so that's why we tried. I don't think we got some reasonable results. So you need to do that on your own. So as soon as you do this, then you upload, you go to, when you have your action 3 also, you upload all these documents. Now we're going to ask only based on the attached documents that we have from action 1 and action 2, not from action 3, because you need to do it to your call. So we have here this one and this one. So based on that, that's documents please suggest should consider why suggestions should be considered. No fluff or general things without any justification. Be pragmatic with your arguments. Don't want you to just sound convincing, but base your arguments in facts and not claims. That can be a nice prompt for your favorite one. And I think some of them are quite useful. It gives you so you see here organizational leadership rather than employee readiness. So managerial level AI literacy. Interesting. I think that's interesting. I mean, that's very interesting for someone that's going to get active on that call. Why it should be considered. Not recommended. Who needs, okay, code this project. They evaluated that also. What economic for, how AI helps identify skills gap. Not, that's also valid. Okay. So I think we draft back again this justification, the extra impact selection of the proposal, not for the time being, but this is, I think, very important. And yes, a draft paragraph short will be ideal. Because we're going to include that in our email when we're contacting someone. You see? Okay, so this is something you can take from now, from this analysis and include it in your profile, in your email. You're going to contact someone. So that's why it is now your profile from that level went to that level. So I hope you're following it. So that's clear. Then we have another hands-on practice. Now let's suggest some project challenges, problems we have already starting on that. That's another prompt. We're going to continue here. Just don't look at articles from special look at reports from real see previous analysis. We have done our analysis. See previous analysis. So I don't know how much time that will take, but let's see what we will get. So now what we're doing, we are showing to potential, or we are becoming experts with that call. And we're using AI for that. And that's extremely important. And you can use AI or you can do it by your own, but you need to do those steps. Now, with AI, it takes us half an hour, 20 minutes, and then you refine it. With your own expertise, it will take you 1 or 2 days. But you have already some challenges that have to be addressed. So this is the call, okay. So now you have already prepared something and you show to someone that is active in that call that you are a master. You can contribute with high value. Your profile has been skyrocketed now. It's not just a generic profile. You're going to include all this information. These are treasures you're going to include in your profile. So I will ask, thank you. Thank you. Can you provide all this information in a Word format? So they will do it. And as I said, use your own analysis. So all these analysis that we have created, all these analysis now, it should be integrated in your R&I value, in your R&I profile. Yes, this is the purpose of that. This is not for impressing anyone other than the potential proposal actors, initiators. So you need to include all this document, the last document. Hope it was downloaded. As the problems that our any proposal funding project should address, core documents that you need to take into consideration. What we haven't included, you need to do is projects, previously funded projects related to that. Okay. So we have that already there. It is just to check that it has the what we see. Yes, okay. So it's more or less what we had before, so that's okay. Sometimes I check because sometimes what you see on the prompts here on the dialogue is not all the information included in the Word format. That's why I always say all. Sometimes highlight the all word. Okay, so let's go now. Let's see. No further questions. So I hope you got that. Now you realized how you skyrocket your profile. I mean, I don't have any experience probably in AI or whatever, but I worked intelligently on the call and I can enhance those issues in my profile. So that's one asset. The other asset that I would like you to have in your approach is connections with EC officers. As I said, the difference between Digital Europe and Horizon Europe is that EC officers from Digital Europe are more open to give you feedback. So you need to find them, identify them, and connect with them. And also to have some connections with experts, as you will see. So in order to identify the contact details of EC officers, you need to attend, as I said at the beginning, now you will see that in practice, of Info Day events. Info Day events are the events that the European Commission presents the calls that are of your interest. So you check those Info Days for the ones that are related to your topics, to the topics that you're interested in any of those 6 areas. And you identify whether there are any Info Day events. So if, for example, you are interested in artificial intelligence or let's say advanced digital skills, because this is the one that we've seen already. Okay, so you go first to the website. You go to events. Let me increase that so you'll be able to see it. Events. It's the same as this one here, upcoming and ongoing. Yes, you can have past. If so, you see here, maybe you can select the program. I will select Digital Europe, because you have this in Digital Europe now. Close, search. So we have, we have two sessions. One on 14th on accelerating the best use of technologies, and the other one on digital skills. So depending on which one you're interested in, you attend. So let's go to the digital skills. So because our project is on Digital Skills Academy in Generative AI. You click there. So, okay. Work program, you go to registration. So you need to register. Make sure that you register. Yes, and attend. Why you need to register? You need to register because in some cases you might not attend, because in case you might not have a recording. If you go to the past, you might see some info days in Digital Europe, but there is no recording of those info days. So in order to make sure that you go there and you watch the videos and you note down the names of the presenters. So if we've done that, so suppose that I will go now to a previous Info Day event. Yes, I think that was on last year or something like that on Digital Europe. So you check you go to the Info Day, you check the Info Day agenda, because sometimes the names are mentioned in the agenda. Not very often, but sometimes. Here, in our case, we were lucky because we've seen the names of here in the video. They were not in the official agenda, but they are in the video. So that's okay. So you check those names here. And depending on what is your interest. And you note down the names of the presenters. Usually they're Polish office. So Nadia, Kensin, Ivios Pandaveine, Renata Palen, whatever, depending on your area. Yes. And now you need to use that intelligence. The email of anyone that works at the European Commission, the email as first name dot last name at ec.europa.eu, which means that for those people above, they have just one surname, is Nadia, Kensen, Ives, Pandeveine, Renata Pale. Yes. If any of those above fail, maybe you can try your NCP to see where they have any contact details, but maybe they are in a difficult position, so it's better to try on your own to see whether you can get their details. Now, this one here is Lucinio Custramano. Maybe he's Portuguese or Spanish, so that means we will have, in that case, we will have first name, then dot, Custra hyphen, Mano dot at ec.europa.eu. So you have the email addresses, and that's extremely important. So now, how you're going to do? What are you going to do? First of all, find out as many things as possible related to your call. You have done your intelligence now, your due diligence. You've seen what you need to know. You've seen the winning profile of projects under the call that you're targeting. You've seen also the problems that have to be addressed. You check also the frequently asked questions if there are any related to the call. Sometimes if you go here, so if you go here, you check one of those calls. Here, you will see questions and answers. Nothing yet, it's too early, but make sure that if you're targeting that call to see whether there are any question and answers. This is another reason that you need to check the funding and address portal. You will not find any questions raised in the PDFs. So you go there. So you do that. Then you send an email to your national contact point. Express your interest on the targeted call. They're doing marvelous work. They're organizing these workshops also that I hope they're very helpful for you. But also you can use them not only for participating in the trainings, but also to express an interest, to discuss an analysis framework. I mean, what we did with AI, maybe they have some further hints to give you. Maybe to give you some suggestions on how to join potential consortia. Maybe they are aware of someone that is initiating a proposal. There is no harm asking them. And that's second step. And then the next step, I want you to send an email to an issue officer. Always starting with a real compliment, only based on the following structure. Why with starting with a real compliment? Because when you offer something, when you give a compliment, an honest compliment, it's by far more effective to get and by far more possible to get a response because you're more well connected when you give an honest compliment. So give an honest compliment, an actual compliment, maybe on the presentation from the info day, maybe on the way that they answered some questions, please, but make sure that you give that. I like your presentation or I like the way you answered the questions. Your profile is not applicable in that case. Maybe it was because in info day sometimes, in addition to the officers, there are potential proposal applicants that they present their idea. So maybe you can say your profile or your idea, and especially because of that, always an honest one. Then ask the following. We are highly interested in this call. Gen I tool step we have discussed already with our NCP. You have already discussed it, make sure. Because otherwise, if you don't say that, they might tell you, go and speak to your NCP. So make sure that you have done that. And then checked already the fabulous question in this call, but some further direct feedback from your side would really be helpful. And in specific, ask something concrete and related to the call. AG, what is the starting TRL of the expected solution for this call, or if applicable, or whether full European geographical coverage is a strong point via associate partners on board for this call. Something like that. You ask it. Now, are you going to get a response? Most likely because it is Europe you might get, but you might not get also. If you get a response and giving you some further clarification, it is great. Even if you don't get a response, then it is still good. Why? Because as soon as you have already established some communication with these officers, you are in a position to say that you are in communication with the policy officer on that. You can say that because you have already sent him or her an email. And you have the contact details. Then the coordinator might need to contact them and do some follow-up. But you have already initiated a connection with them, even if you haven't received a response. Do you understand that? Because it's very useful to see it that way. Because on one hand, you will not get disappointed. On the other hand, you will be able to claim that you are in communication with the project officer. So that's also as a tool that you're going to use it, as you will see in the next module in your communication with potential proposal applicants. So this is something that for you, I've done that already in practice. I checked some previous info day events. For you, when you can do that in the hands-on practice in the afternoon, but as soon as a practice, but as soon as we have the info day, you need to register in advance and you need to watch the recordings or the actual info day event to make sure that you note down the names of the presenters from the European Commission. It's extremely important to do that because everything else is easy. But if you don't do that, maybe there is no recording after that. In some cases, in digital Europe, it happens. So make sure that you don't have any unpleasant surprises. You register and you attend and you note down the name of the presenter on behalf of the European Commission. Now, in addition, what you can do is you can identify experts that have been evaluating proposals, either related to academies or related to your targeted call. Again, we go to the reference document. So we have here somehow the reference documents for Digital Europe. Yes. So here under the reference documents, you go to experts list. Yes? And you download the experts list. And if you open it, it's an Excel file, it's a very huge Excel file, 300 entries. You will see all the evaluators. So maybe you check someone that has expertise in trainings or in artificial intelligence, depending on your topic, and you connect with them. Now, a question that might be raised is, okay, but since they're evaluators, maybe they have a conflict of interest. First of all, they don't have a conflict of interest yet. They were previous evaluators, and evaluators are renewed per call every 2 or 3 years, first of all. Secondly, there is no harm asking. If you want to collaborate with someone, to invite them as partners in your consortium or see whether they are involved in any proposal and they might take you into consideration, there is no harm asking. The worst thing that can happen is that they might tell you, sorry, but we are going to be evaluators in that call, so we cannot help you. That's good, and it's good to know. But you will not know if you don't ask. So what is the idea behind it is to go again in the reference documents, you download the latest list, then you identify the ones that are dealing with your topic, let's say artificial intelligence. Now you can use Google, SearchGate, LinkedIn to find more about them and their track records. Yes. So you go to Google, you type the full name, and then research keyword, artificial intelligence or something like that. And most likely also the email. Add the email here in Google. And most likely you will get what we got. I mean, first of all, you will find the LinkedIn, and also you would find their email address or family address. So you contact them. If interested, you can engage them as potential partners in your own proposal or in the proposal you're going to be involved, or in some other cases, maybe as external evaluators of your own proposal, of your summary, of the final draft. But do something with them, exploit them, ask them. The worst thing that can happen is they can tell you no, we cannot collaborate with you. Okay, so that's your asset 2, and you have that, because now with asset 2 you can claim that you have access to EC experts as well as to EC policy officers. This is a very useful asset. When I'm preparing a proposal, if I'm preparing a proposal, I would definitely invite on board people that claim they have access to the EC officer or to EC experts related to my call. So you need to think from that perspective. Now, the other thing, and asset 3, that we need to do, and hopefully we are finishing now. We're going to have our break very shortly. But I would like to finish also this module, is asset 3. Asset 3 is to establish good connections, to invite applicants, previous participants in funded projects that are policymakers. Mainly policymakers are more than recommended to be part of your consortium, even as associate partners, so not with any formal obligations, not with any funding, but interested to the project results, because it enhances the quality of the proposal to have policymakers on board, even indirectly as associate partners. So maybe these are governmental bodies, ministries, regional authorities, so you can establish some strategic partnerships with them, and they can have an advisory role. They can advise you, or you can advise them, or they can advise you. This is a regulation that is very challenging to overcome. Or you can give some policy recommendations to them, show that there is an open channel. So this is one of the elements, and you need to remember that, of a project in Digital Europe is contribution or consideration of policies. So that's why you need to have policymakers on board, even as indirect partners. It doesn't matter. Yes. So you go. How do you find, first of all, digital partners in that are public bodies from that they have participated already in Digital Europe? Yes. I mean, you can find easier in Cordis or through Horizon dashboard. because there are more public organizations involved there, but also you can find some in Digital Europe. How? It's the same way anywhere. You go to the digital dashboard. I'm going to describe the steps here, and then I'm going to demonstrate them. So you go to the digital dashboard, which is an interactive database with a very useful and easy to use interface. You select to see, okay, let's go to digital dashboard and see the ones that have the projects that have been funded. Let's see organizations in those projects that are PUB, that stands for public. Maybe you look for topics that are related to smart, to digital skills. So you can use that in the smart sets here. I will show you. You enlarge that window, then we will enlarge that window. We use the title and the acronym to identify the project website. There is no codis here, so you need to go to the project website directly. And you look in the public deliverables or for individual names from public organizations as policymakers or ministries. So you check in deliverables, materials from project meetings, any governance document, project management handbook. So you look the deliverables, the public deliverables, you see names of authors there. And if any of those fails, then you ask the coordinator of that project to liaise. I mean, to tell you, okay, we're interested to involve in our project or in a project that we are involved, a policymaker, are you interested to join with and invite also on board the same ministry that was in your project? So that, and let me do that demonstration. So you go to digital dashboard. This is of Digital Europe, an interactive database of information related to statistics and etc. related to Digital Europe. It might take a little bit of time, so it will take you some time of your break, but we want to finish that module. So, okay, so this is digital projects profile. So this is the profile of all the digital projects. These are all the projects that have been funded from Digital Europe. But I don't want all of them. I want the ones that they include public organizations, first of all, excluding research, in their consortium. So we have now less ones. And then I would like to look for the ones that were active in previous calls related to digital skills. Because why digital skills? Because the call that I'm looking for, AI, generative AI, is related to digital skills. So we have here keyword here, digital skills. So this seems to be the one with all the calls. I see here digital 203 skills, 203 skills, 202 skills, 201. So, okay. So these are all the previous calls. And then I enlarge the call. So I found here 10 projects, something like that. All these projects, they have a public organization as member. Yes, a public organization, public bodies. We can check each one of them. We can go at the, sorry, let me, so we can use the, let's see, Academos, Skills Academy. I will. AI for Gav. I use this one, AI for GovX. AI for GovX. Let's see if I get something. Yeah, AI for GovX. So that's the project. As I check the consortium. Maybe they have, maybe they don't have. Ministry of Tourism, here. And this is municipality of Villa Greek. So, okay. Okay, so they have, perfect. So I can look into resources, I can look into deliverables, I can download the ones that they might have authors or something that involve those ministries. This one here, organizations. Okay, participants, reviewers, target audience. Maybe they have some names from, or you can download all of them and ask AI to look for names from ministries, from all the deliverables to see if there are any. So you look, I'm not going to do that now, but you look for any names, so you download all the public deliverables. Sorry, yeah, you download all the public deliverables and you ask AI, generative AI, your tool, ChatGPT or something else, to help you to find out names of people from ministries. So you can do that, or you can go to contact and you can contact them or the coordinator. The coordinator is MAG here. Let me see. MT, or you're looking here for someone from MT. So someone from MAG, the project coordinator, see a name from MAG, and you contact them. So for example, here, let me go and do it again, because that's important also for the next case to identify potential proposal applicants. Majorly, probably they're preparing another proposal in Digital Europe because they were successful. So let me spend a little bit more time on that. Or on publications, maybe you check on publications, newsletter, subscribe on LinkedIn, the first newsletter. Okay, all right. You look for names. Yeah. Maybe there are, otherwise we will look for authors. So you see here, Manias, unlock. Okay, you see a name here on publication, and this is not enough. I will go back, you do some search here. I will go to deliverables. I will look to the ones that dissemination, communication. So I'm going to find a name there. Okay, you see, Sotiris Athanasopoulos from MAG. MAG, as we've seen, is the coordinator. So I will make a note of Sotiris Athanasopoulos. So I will go back and you see that manually MAG space. So I will have here manually email, whatever. Let's see what we get. Okay, definitely. Γιόλη επικοινωνίας, group Maggioli, yes, they have that one. I will here. Shamin. Aha. You see here? Maggioli GR. Sotiris Athanasopoulos, Maggioli. Yeah, so you got an email, so you have the name of the coordinator now. So if you want to contact them to see whether they're initiating any proposals in Digital Europe, you have an email. So you've seen how you're going to identify also contacts, not also from policymakers, but also from coordinators, which is important for the next step. So you have that. Okay. So interesting intelligence here. So we went through that. So this is exactly what we did here. We identify the contact details, I mean, email address, phone is number, because you take the switchboard, the phone number of the company, and you ask for them, or of the organization. So we have email plus phone. You collect them in the way that I've just shown to you and use them as an asset in your communication. And also it can be a policy maker for now, or it can be a coordinator, as we've seen. So Teresa Thanasopoulos was a coordinator on that. So as a homework, hands-on practice, you identify contact details of key players such as EC experts or policy makers involved in projects related to your interests. So that's your next, what we did now together. You can do it in the afternoon on your own. Okay, and we completed also step 2. Step 3 is not that long, but I will stop here for our break. Yes, I will stop here since we've reached a nice point. Okay, there's also a reminder from Aurelia. Thank you for reminding that I have in mind, but I wanted to finish. I want to finish step 2 to complete that. And now people will have something like 40 minutes for their break, if that is okay. So let's have a break until and prepare your questions. You can experiment. And now I will share the notes also here. For the ones that stayed up to the break, I will share the notes with you. Or actually, I will do it right after the break. So for the ones that will stay with us after the break also, the bonus is that I'm going to share the notes, all the slides. Yes, all the slides. I'm going to share them after the break. So stay with us. It will be an eye-opening experience, and you will see that it's very, very, very practical. So I will. So let's be back. Let's be back at 2 o'clock. Okay, let's be back at 2 o'clock. Let me try to find a timer also. That will be useful. YouTube timer, 40 minutes. That will be useful. Let's try this one. Yeah. The timer has started. Yeah, to know. Enjoy your break. Prepare your questions. See you soon. Take care. Okay. I hope you enjoyed your break. I don't know whether just for your information, as soon as we finish this presentation, we have one more step. Then we will give you new links for the breakout rooms. So, and we will provide you also the before that and the training material. So let's finish. Also, step 3. It's not a long one. We did most of it. Then we will have hands-on practice. So we will see how we will split it. So for the time being, I will go on. Let me see if there are any further questions on that. Okay, so no questions. So we've seen already now what? I go on. We've seen what you need to know, the essentials behind Digital Europe, not everything, but the ones that give you the biggest value. Then we worked on the profile intelligence where you became familiar with the call intelligence. You've seen how you can use also AI for giving you some insights that are essential for a successful proposal. We've seen also how to build your other 2 assets, how to identify contact details of EC policy officers and what to communicate with about. We've seen also how to connect with EC experts, maybe for your consortium, maybe for extending your network, maybe for asking them for evaluating your proposal or the proposal that you are involved. And we've seen also how to engage either policymakers or coordinators and how to find the contact details of them. You just need a name, nothing else. And then you proceed. So we've seen all this because these create a very attractive profile. Because just with your generic profile of what you're doing, you're not going to be successful at all. You need to show intelligence related to the call. You need to show intelligence related to the call and to the problems, which means and to your expertise. You need to show intelligence with respect to the contacts that you're connected with, which means policy officers, EC experts, policymakers, and coordinators. So now we go to the next step, where we will complete the not theoretical part, but the knowledge part. Not the applied knowledge, but the knowledge part. So here it is how to communicate intelligently. Now, this module is, we have already done it. I mean, we have already identified key actors. We've already seen that in the previous one, where we've seen in that project, what was the project about? This project here, which is if you were involved with AI, we've seen that we identified the contact details of someone from the coordination, and that was Sotiris Athanasopoulos, and we've seen also the Sotiris Athanasopoulos email address. So, and if you want to find out the details, you can go accept all cookies. So Manjol, now who we are, contacts. So you have here telephone contacts from Manjoli group, either in Spain. They don't have, so it's from Greece, because also the email here it is, yeah, from Spain, from Italy. Yeah, so you have their phone number, so you contact also the person. What I would like to highlight, and I have it already also in the slides, is whenever we send an email to anyone, we are not stopping until we get a response. Even a negative response is a good response. So whenever we're sending an email and we're not determined to get a response out of it, we will not send that email. Whenever we send an email, we're determined to get a response. Even a positive or a negative response, it doesn't matter. So, and I will explain what I mean with that very shortly. Now, let's see with whom we should collaborate with. Okay, this is a slide not from Digital Europe related, but it's very similar. It's from Horizon 2020, to tell you the truth, but it's applicable in all different European funding programs. What does it say? It says that, where do you find partners? Only 5% from social media, only 5% from info days, and only 5% from online search databases. The rest, 85%, is from your existing network, or from friends of your existing network, of the ones that you have collaborated with. So what does that mean? This is 50% and this is 35%. So what it means? It means that you need to partner from organizations that you are collaborating with. And you need to become a collaborator. That's very important. Or a friend of a collaborator, which is this thing. Yeah. Either a friend of a collaborator or an existing collaborator. So you need to, before asking to get involved in a proposal, like what you do here, like what you do there, like what you do here, which is not that effective. 5 out of 100 attempts will be successful. Do you want to have half of your attempts being successful? You need to establish collaborations with the champions. And this is the whole mentality where we are basing our approach here. So how are you going to do that? This is the whole module 3 approach. Now, mainly, if you want to approach potential applicants, then you have either your own network, if your network has already successful actors, or from previously funded projects. Yeah, so from previously funded projects that we've seen already, which was a previously funded project. A previously funded project was the AI for Gov. That was one previously funded project related to AI for government or whatever. They were successful in Digital Europe program. You have already contact details, the email plus the phone number. So that is one contact that if you are going to be involved in a project with AI, you definitely need to contact them. We have already, you've seen how you're going to connect with them. I mean, we use the the digital dashboard. We found the title of a project. Then from the title of the project, we did some Google search and we find the project website. So this is important. So you have previous projects in the funding and notice portal. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, as we've seen. If it doesn't work, you use the Cordis, the Erasmus Plus. Also, here is the digital dashboard, the one that I forgot to mention, which is for me better. The digital dashboard, that we've seen it in the previous slide, so that's why it's not here. We've seen it there. Just for a reminder. Yeah. Yeah. And we did a demonstration, how you identify contact details there. So the digital dashboard. So we need to connect with champions. Who are the champions? The ones that have been submitting proposals and have been successful. We need to connect with them as early as possible. Yesterday, if possible. I mean, if the deadline is in 2nd of September 2025, we need to make sure that we're going to connect yesterday, today, the next week, latest, with them. But you're going to connect in a way that is very intelligent, as you will see. And also for the future calls. Maybe you don't connect now, even if you don't plan to submit a proposal, or if you don't plan to get involved in a proposal in the upcoming calls, but maybe in 1 year from now. It doesn't matter. Connect now with them. And let's see, first of all, what you need to do. The first thing is that you need to identify the contact details. And we've seen that already, because I've shown you how to locate coordinators from funded projects in your core area of interest, in AI. We've seen how to identify contact details of the AI for Gov, which was Sotiris Athanasopoulos. So we have already identified the contact details. You know that. You use some intelligence on that. Then all the contacts that you are collecting, because it's not only one project that is previously funded and is related to your call, maybe there are others also, from Cordis, from Erasmus+, you have the project website, from Digital Dashboard, from Funding and Others Portal. You collect all of them and you include them in a spreadsheet. And a spreadsheet should be something like, okay, category, maybe it is a coordinator, policymaker, you choose what you have, first name, last name, the organization, country, email, phone number, yes, and possibly LinkedIn profile. It's easier sometimes to find LinkedIn than email address, and any comments, maybe for that call. Call Digital Skills 08 or Academy 03. So you include here the comments. And then you're going to use these contact details here as a starting point for reaching them. So first step, identify the contact details. Okay, you've seen the way how to do that. I've demonstrated that to you. If you've missed it, make sure that you check the video before the break. Then you collect all those details in a spreadsheet. And then as soon as you have the email and then the phone number, you need to contact them intelligently, as I'm going to show you. And that's very important. How you're going to contact them intelligently. Key actors that you have already in your spreadsheet. You are going to send 2 emails, but not one after the other. You're going to send first an email in order to become a collaborator. Not for a proposal, a collaborator for a project that they are running or they are involved. A collaborator of an existing project. Thank you. A collaborator of existing project. So we start what that email will be about. Will be to offer something, give something, because what works very well in networking is not ask and you shall receive, like the Bible says, but give and you shall receive. So what we want to do is you want to find ways to offer something to existing projects. All right. So you start with an honest compliment. You congratulate them about the project and explain why. AI for Gov. Maybe because they have ministries on board. Maybe because they have most of the deliverables publicly available, whatever. Then you elaborate on your high interest and expertise in the key research area. I have been active in AI for governments for X years. I have been developing AI solutions that are effective for the last 4 years. So you include that. Then you express your offer to get more involved in the project, to collaborate with them in an existing project. You're not asking them anything about the proposal. Yes. If it's still running. If it's not running, then maybe for publication, joint publication, something that you're initiating. If they're still running, a peer reviewer, maybe advisory board stakeholder, maybe an external advisory board, a peer reviewer of their deliverables, speaker in any of their events, yes, using some of the results, give and shall receive. Yes, give and shall receive. Maybe you can highlight any current discussion with policymakers if you have done that already in your area, or other key actors like coordinators, similar projects, or maybe EC officers, whatever. This is optional. 4.4 is optional. But this is a must, this is a must, this is a must. 1, 2, 3 are musts. So. And you always conclude with your desire to virtually meet them, to see them face to face, even through a camera, and discuss how to support their current project better. So you're offering something. In 90% of the cases, 9 out of 10, you will receive a positive response. If you don't receive a positive response, it's because probably the project is finishing, or they haven't seen your email. Let's put it that way. Or they haven't read your email correctly. So you build collaboration. Yes? You are becoming member of a collaborator, of a champion that you collaborate with a champion now. Who is a champion? Someone that has been initiating a proposal in the past quite successful. So as soon as you establish that collaboration, yes, as soon as you offer some of your values, then after 1 month, then you send a second email. After 1 month or so, after some fruitful collaboration, you reach out to meet and discuss ideas for forthcoming and identified opportunities. And you will see the emails that you're going to send later. And in all the cases, in both email 1 and email 2, you need to ensure that you get a response. So you send a kind reminder by email. If you still don't get a response, then you follow up over the phone if necessary. You never send an email to anyone that if you're not determined to follow up and should persist to get a response. Otherwise, don't send that email. If you're not committed to get a response, don't send that email. It's a waste of resources if you're not determined to get a response. So I hope now you understood very well the approach, what the approach should be. A first email for collaborating in their existing project, not for being a partner, but giving for free on a voluntary basis, some value. As I said, peer reviewer of deliverables, member of the advisory board, speaker in any of the events. If it is not a running project, it's an old project, find other ways. Maybe a LinkedIn recommendation, maybe to invite them in one of your publications to become an author, to write jointly a paper, maybe to invite them in one of your projects. You need to think about it, if it is not a running project. But if it is running, offer something that is valuable to their own running project. And then you send the second email that you're going to ask them whether they are initiating any proposal and whether you can partner together. If you miss the first email, then don't send even the second email. Don't even bother. Let's put it that way. Yes, it will not work. And let's see now the contents of both emails. So we have here the first email. This is our contribution. You can have as a subject, our contribution to your project A, AI for Gov, whatever. I think that was the name of that. AI for Gov. Dear, first name, always nice to start with the first name. It needs a more close connection. I am Dr. Mr. Nikolaos, and I decided to contact you based on your expertise or active involvement in Project A, AI for Gov. That we're impressed of its purpose since it is fully aligned with our priorities also. We're working in the same area with specific expertise, solutions, infrastructure you select accordingly. And we would like to contribute to your project at no cost from your side. In specific, we can. You mentioned here what you can add value to. Become a member of the advisory board. peer review some of their deliverables, be a speaker, contribute with some knowledge. It's up to you. We will be more than happy to discuss further details via a quick Zoom meeting. Is next date, always propose a date. Is next date at, don't wait for them to suggest. Is next date at okay for you for sending you an invitation? Looking forward to hearing from you. That's it. If you send an email, I mean, in 9 out of 10 cases, 90%, you will receive a positive response. Why? Because they want to also fund the projects to show that they are engaging stakeholders. And even better when the stakeholders contact them directly instead of the project contacting them stakeholders. And after a month or so, when you have established that collaboration, then you send the second email after some fruitful collaboration. Collaboration opportunity under Digital Europe call topic. Hi. So dear before, hi now, because you're collaborating with them. You have the permission to say hi. You know them. We are delighted to have been contributed to your project. In case you are actively submitting an application under the above call, we would like to discuss in a quick Zoom meeting how we can add high value and jointly submit success proposal in this call. In specific organization can. We have already worked on some critical elements related to the call. See the attached call analysis. You remember the one that we worked today, this morning? You attach it. For the success in this project. Now you show your experience in that call, how you can contribute when you have done your homework. We are also in contact with the C policy officer related to this call because you have already sent an email to her or him, as well as with critical other actors such as maybe some policymakers, if applicable, and other big players. I hope we will have the chance to work together and prepare a success proposal. Looking forward to your feedback. You can reply direct to my mail, whatever, best regards, etc. That's it. Now, by doing it like that, here you're going to have 9 out of 10 success, and here you are going to have 50% success. 50% and 90% success there. Which means more or less something like 40 plus something 45% of your effort will be successful. If you don't do it that way, it will be just 1 out of 10, and that is even questionable. So I hope you understand that, because that's very important. So now, as homework has on practice, you can prepare an email to offer on a volunteer service some support on running projects of your interest, as long as you have identified them. And prepare an email with your assets and invite project actors that you collaborate with for a specific call. Let me see. So this is a homework also, hands-on practice. You need to identify quantities as we've seen. You can create such a spreadsheet. Okay, so believe it or not, we completed the first part. Yes, with the knowledge, the information, the knowledge creation. So congratulations. It was a long session. How many we have? 29. At the beginning, we have more than 50. At the beginning of the session now we have 29, which is still a good percentage, considering that it was for a full day. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to share the slides to you now in the chat as a reward, so you don't have to wait until you receive it. But let me do that, and at the same time, I will let me see, make sure that this is the correct one. So it's still uploading because it's around 6 megabytes, so it might take some time. But now it's okay, so you can download it from the chat facility for everyone. So that's it. And now, as I said, for the next hour or so, you're going to work on a hands-on practice. Or we're going to, we have, our support team has created some breakout rooms that you are going to select breakout rooms, And in each one of those breakout rooms, you can discuss which one of those hands-on practices you have done. I've shown you how to do all of them, more or less, all of them. So you can work whether you're going to do practice, hands-on practice 1, 2, 3, go sequential, or you can select which ones, or in your breakout room, maybe one will do the hands-on practice 1, another one will do the hands-on practice 2, the other one will do the hands-on practice 3, and that is for the next hour or so. Then we finish officially the training until 3:30, and then I will be open for anyone that is interested to have a one-to-one session. If you would like to discuss, optionally, any one of you, maybe they want to discuss something with me on a one-to-one basis, maybe you wish to share something that is confidential, so you don't want to share it with the recording and etc. So we will stop recording by 3:30. And you can let us know, you can let me know anything that you would like to discuss. So I've shared the training slides. You can go to that slide and see the hands-on practice. You should know now how you should do each one of those. Now, I'm trying, so yes, thank you. Can you, yes, to everyone, because it goes to panelists. So, okay, so you've seen that our production team very nicely shared the next Zoom link with the breakout rooms. So we have separated the breakout rooms according to the areas of Digital Europe. So let me show you. As you can recall, in Digital Europe, we have mainly 6 areas. So these are the 6 areas here. You can see high performance computing, AI and data, cybersecurity, advanced digital skills, deployment and interoperability, and semiconductors. I don't know which ones you're interested in, but we have one breakout room for each one of them. One breakout room for high performance computing, one for AI and data, one for cybersecurity and trust, one for advanced digital skills, deployment, and one for deployment interoperability, and one for semiconductors. So you need to think which ones you would like to join, and then you will have to do the hands-on practices that we did here. I've shown you how to do them, but you need to do that in a group, in your group. Any questions before? Is there anyone that hasn't received, first of all, the training slides? Please share that, because otherwise we will switch to another Zoom now.